What's good, guys? I got people starting to pile up in the back already. So yeah, controversial looking thumbnail, huh? Um, I've seen a lot of people commenting, mainly men, especially with the whole Preddy incidents and whatnot, that, they wouldn't have stepped in and helped that woman. I've heard comments that, they watched women who are just yelling at law enforcement catch a mouthful of mace and they think it's funny. It's hilarious, in fact. Um, and it really got me into thinking that, in modernity, the society that we live in these days, um, women kind of have to be strong to a point, and we have to have some kind of independence, because the bottom line is that if you're going to have a family, one income almost never cuts it. And that's just the cold hard facts of it. And even in the best case scenario, it does take a lot of work and time and blood, sweat, and tears to keep your household running and to raise children. There's a lot of sleepless nights where you want your husband to be able to get the sleep that he needs in order to go to work. And all of that does require strength and resilience and independence. And um, I think that we have a problem with part of our culture where the second people start identifying that little bit of strength that women need to be a good wife, a good mother, um, they immediately start jumping up and screaming feminism. Most of the women that I invited tonight are not, in fact, feminists at all. Um, we are mothers. We have had families. Some women have been single for a long time. It doesn't matter. All of us end up in this boat where the simple bit of surviving gets us attacked with these accusations of being feminists. And what's even harder is, especially being someone who comes from a background growing up within faith, where I personally, I love the patriarchy. I'm all about it. Um, but I see a lot of men who want to claim being patriarchy and they don't know the first thing about it. Whereas scripture does actually outline quite a bit of um, characteristics and behaviors and a code of conduct that's expected of a good patriarch. So, without further ado, I've got some awesome men and women in the back already. And I'm going to start bringing everybody up. The way it's going to go, I do want to give ladies first steps to kind of give their input on this, because this is about how it affects us. I see you, Joe. Thank you, love. But by all means, I want to hear from the men too. I want to hear what your thoughts are on what you guys see and whatever pushback you may have against anything that we're saying. So let's rock.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mrs. Balderson Christie. I go by
Flash me.
What was that?
Sorry, 10th man flash me.
Gotcha. Don't ask him to do that. No.
I also love the patriarchy. I'm not going to lie and say that there aren't some things that have come with feminism that I do like. But 99.999% of it is mostly garbage and conditioning a society for failure. One of the questions you asked is, what does a strong patriarch look like? A strong patriarch wants to take care of the problems he sees in the world. Part of that is protecting, part of that is fixing, part of that is maintenance. Whether that's localized to your home, a little bit bigger in your community or your neighborhood, and beyond that, and beyond that, and beyond that. I'm grateful for all of the gifts the patriarchy has given us. I'm grateful for the structure, because women tend to be more chaotic. Our lives revolve around chaotic moving pieces like children. I'm grateful for the safety and protection that a man provides. And I think you had brought up an example of men just kind of laughing at women. I'm torn on that one, because I think on the one hand, fuck around and find out, don't put yourself in stupid situations. But when you're in legitimate danger, I don't think that a true patriarch thinks before they step in. It's just what they do. Their instinct is to protect. Their instinct is to call out injustice or wrong. Their instinct is action. And our instinct is to make people feel better about the necessary actions.
You go, girl.
Absolutely. Ahimsa, you up, lady?
Hey, so you just want my views on patriarchy?
Well, that and essentially being what I was starting off with, you might have come in a little tiny bit late, but not much. I think that the idea of being a strong woman is something that's kind of required of us in modernity, even being, based like everything that every ortho bro would ever want. As women, raising children, supporting our husbands, running our households takes a lot of strength and resilience and even some independence in there. But they do jump I think there's a demographic that does jump very quickly to calling us feminists right off the bat for that.
Oh, well, I mean, I think that just kind of it goes with the territory from like the playground days. If you want to get under someone's skin, you just call them a name and see if it triggers them. And sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me, kind of stuff. I mean,
Sure.
I don't take that seriously, but I mean, I do believe that there were some books that I remember reading when my kids were little. It's strong fathers, strong daughters, and then strong mothers, strong sons, or something to that effect. And I think it's true. If you want a different breed of men, you have to have a different breed of motherhood, I suppose. But I know that life has always been hard for women. I think it's probably easier now than it ever has been. In fact, I definitely would say it is. But I don't live under any illusions that life has ever been easy for anyone, men included. Men definitely have had they get beat up early.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
just
they
play
do.
like head games with each other, like, oh, you're not part of my group, like mean girl stuff. But boys, just even from the time that they're really little, especially if they have brothers, they're just beating the hell out of each other. So, and they have to go off to war. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really look at feminism, I guess, as much as like individuals, because there are some definite people who follow behind thinking that someone else narrates. And I'm like, did you bother talking to any of your ancestors? You know what I mean? I don't know. So that's just my view. I try to raise my sons to be strong gentlemen. They open the doors for people, they help, they don't think about it before they jump in if they see a wrong. Sometimes if it's not their battle to fight, they won't jump into it. But I do recall when my kids were little, I had a friend that inside the Christian paradigm, she was trying to teach her son to turn the other cheek at 4 years old. And I was like, that's wrong.
Yeah.
You don't do that. You don't teach that, because if you don't value your cheek, turning the other cheek doesn't make any sense. You have to value your life in order to lay down your life for your friends, if you're talking about, Christianity paradigms. And so, I mean, the sacrifice of self is nothing if you don't value the self. So I didn't teach my sons that. I'm more like, you try to be patient, but get in there and kick butt.
Right.
That's just, I don't know. Don't sit around and whine about things. But that's probably why I'm a little bit more direct and logical, is because I've had sons. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's just my view of it. I don't. They're independent now, and they bring a lot of interesting questions. There's always room for questions and stuff. So we've discussed everything under the sun going on in the culture. They're actually way more conservative than I am, which is remarkable. But I mean, I'm kind of central of the road.
Brace yourselves, people. I'm just leading up. You guys talk. I'm making some food, and then I'm
That's
right.
Eliza.
just so you know,
Hello.
Hey, girl.
I'm in one of those moods. So wherever this goes, I apologize in advance.
Okay, I'm already scared. Okay.
Oh, it's awesome.
What's up, girl?
Oh,
Yeah, no,
hey.
you know what's
got
gonna
the
happen.
all-star women's
Hello,
cast
everybody.
up
Look,
here today.
all
I
I'm
got
saying,
some,
all
I
I'm
got some
saying is
amazing women that came out tonight. Thank you so much for coming, ladies.
you guys are fine, and thank you for telling Exile that it was 5. Because, honey, this is our time. Is hold on 3. Okay, see, I love when I can count and my house goes quiet. I love that. Go ahead.
That's
But
interesting.
well, no, I'm sitting here eating right now. So go ahead, guys.
Oh well, ladies are throwing down their inputs first. Although Ahimsa, you're absolutely right, and I think that men have even been put at an even further disadvantage, especially growing up, because boys have kind of not been allowed to really kind of be boys in the more recent decades, and I think it's really harmed them.
I agree. We've neutered them. And I was going to say something. As a woman, you said it exactly how I would have said it, Ahimsa, which is that poor boys have to go through that childhood where they're beating up on each other all the time. But when you talk to men, they enjoy that. That's just part of them learning their boundaries. That's them learning how to be physical, how to not back down. It's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are exceptions to that rule, but for the most part, boys enjoy the rough and tumble. They enjoy sorting things out physically. They enjoy figuring out what their limits are.
But see, here's the question. Is it really that they enjoy it, or that's the only compassion that society actually ever gives them? Because we have to remember that the same boys that whenever they were younger were very much mama's boys, and they loved their mama, and they knew how to be sweet and give flowers and give words of affirmation and give compassion and empathy. All of a sudden, somehow, I'm gonna use that the comment that you guys were talking about earlier. Somehow it gets beat out of them because whenever they become adults, they're fucking douchebags.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that you can have both in one person.
Oh yeah, I do. I have one. I have that.
There's almost maybe a country versus city split on this. I think more often than not, boys who are raised rurally are allowed to be physical. They're allowed to do that. And men, when they're raised in civilization, in society, they have to adhere to different societal norms, and they don't, like Beth was saying, they kind of get neutered in that sense. They don't get to try on what it is to just be a boy in the moment.
Real quick, Vibe, can I get a quick check from you behind screen with your cam? Thank you, sir.
If I may.
Oh, there's a man that's coming up on the panel. Okay.
We have four.
First of all, do you feel safe? Blink twice.
We've actually got 4 of them up here. Although, yeah, Ted is a man. Although he's the only one making a sandwich, as Shintai appropriately pointed out.
I got a feeling I'm getting kicked off here tonight. Let's go.
Oh, fuck.
Well, no, I like the one that's making a sandwich. By all means, keep going.
Sorry.
I would like to express some of my input in regards and respond to some of the comments that were made. I think it's also a generational gap, but I think this new generation is institutionalized. It's part of the education system. Look at some of the books they're reading now. Look at some of the things that they're teaching them in the public school systems. It's okay to be this way. It's okay for
Lindsay's
a man to wear a skirt.
Sorry, go ahead, finish your thought, and then Lindsay's
It's
up
okay.
next.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
And
step
hi,
on
Dusty.
anybody's toes.
You didn't. No, you
But
didn't.
at the end of the day, I think that a lot of it is culturally influenced now in the public school system specifically. I know that's not what we're here to talk about, but it's huge as far as the demographics are concerned and people, you know, being educated in certain ways. When I was growing up, I'm 44 years old, none of those things were even thought of. None of those things were preached. None of those things were taught to us is in that generation. That's just my 2 cents.
The public school system's definitely going to play into this conversation. Lindsay, by all means, welcome.
Thank you. Hi. I'm not even sure where to start because this is the very beginning of the show. You were talking about patriarchy, and you were talking about men, and some women were voicing complaints about men. Some women were praising men, and I'm not. My biggest complaint I would say about men is there's not enough of them. My biggest complaint is that where are the fathers? Not necessarily the brothers, because I think it's too much duty to put on them to ask them to act as father figures when they're young and in their teens and stuff. But where I'm not going to think too much about what I'm going to say, whether I get in trouble
You're good.
or not. I'm just going to say it. If I would say the most heartfelt thing that I could think of is, we want you, we need you, we love you. We don't have to have you, but we want you as part of a team, and please stick around as our fathers and husbands and show our children, and as well as us, good models for how to pick somebody in the future, because that's what's missing to me is our dads that take off, and you are an integral part of us, and in our being wives, in our being sisters, in our getting things done, every single part of life. Could I live without you? Yeah. Do I want to? No. Why are the dads leaving the kids?
Can I skip to the end and you guys can just all ignore what I say?
Before you do that, I wanted to touch on what the gentleman said prior, and then I want to touch on a little bit of what she said. Okay, so prior, I believe you were sitting there and talking about things that are taught in school, and you sat there and said there was a list of things that weren't taught in school. I'm going to respectfully disagree with that. As far as taught, no, I do agree with that. But as far as accepted, I'm going to disagree. There were plenty of people that were DL, and understand DL is not a new term. That shit's been used since the 30s, 40s, 50s, every decade, every era on down. So whenever we're sitting here and talking about that, that is not really something. Well, let me say it like this. Whenever you're sitting here and talking about what is being taught in school, and when I say school, I don't just mean the criteria. I also am talking about the things that are socially acceptable, because let's be honest, school is actually supposed to be having people socialize with other people so they can sit there and be able to handle being amongst a crowd of fucking individuals that may be crazy and that may be sane at any given time. That's literally what school is supposed to be, right? So whenever we're sitting there and having a conversation about that, we also have to take in consideration that there is a lot of things that as children, parents did not allow certain conversations to be had around. They did not, it was taboo to have conversations about sex. It was taboo to have conversations about, somebody being gay or not. It was taboo to have conversations about, this man raping so-and-so, or a woman sitting there raping a man. I'm sorry if I'm saying trigger words, just let me know. I will go ahead and stop saying
grape.
Okay,
How did we get here?
I got you. But
Look at that new woman.
But here's the thing, it was taboo to talk about those things, but that does not mean those things were erased, and that does not mean those things weren't happening. So whenever you're sitting there and talking about what has been taught, especially by other fathers or especially by other men or males, even at a younger counterpart, because I'm also in my 40s. Just because certain things weren't talked about does not mean that they were not experienced, and does not mean that they might not have been seen out of the side of somebody's eye because somebody was doing a little something, or, maybe the mom or dad didn't know what, little Timmy was doing down the street, and you were able to eyeball it. So I just want to go ahead and kind of offer a little bit of pushback to that. Now, as far as what the young lady said, whenever we're sitting here and talking about men, I'm going to say this. In most part, I do not disagree with her at all. As far as men, yes, we want you. We love you. In a lot of cases, we need you, but understand. And I think this is where there's a lot of chaos and confusion. As of today, we don't need you so much for the financial aspect of things. We kind of need you more for the emotional and the stability things, the stability way of things, right? That means that the mental, the emotional, those kind of aspects. I'll give some examples. Whenever a woman is going through pregnancy, everything about her changes: her mental, her emotional, her hormonal, her physical, in some cases financial. Everything changes. And let's be honest, nobody likes to deal with change unless you're weird like me, but obviously we're a different breed. But You know, there's a lot of people that don't like change, that can't handle change, and change whenever you're doing it by yourself seems very, very scary. So whenever we're sitting there asking those men to be there, that's more so where we need you. It's not so much as in financial. And understand, when I say that, I am not talking about in a competitive state at all. I don't believe in a woman competing with a man. I don't. To me, that's crazy
What do you
work.
mean emotional though? I mean,
Okay.
like, I'm sorry to
No, it's
interrupt, but
all right. No,
like
you're fine. What?
insofar as like I have girlfriend, but
Okay,
my
hold on. Can I
friends
answer your
that
question, darling?
feel a lot of. Yeah, I'm
Let
just
me.
curious what you
Your
feel
mic's
like
kind of low
emotional.
too there, Himza.
Sorry,
Okay.
always.
No, you're okay. What I mean by emotional is this. There are some things that you feel like you can go to with your friends and your girlfriends, but there are some things that sometimes we don't. And let's be honest, there's a lot of women out here that really don't have that girlfriend circle. They don't. I mean, it's great that some do. Some people, they don't find people that they can really rock with for whatever reason or whatever state they are in their life at any given time. Okay. But I'm going to sit there and say this from, because I do have girlfriends. So I'm going to say it from this perspective. Whenever I am potentially going through something like a potential miscarriage, or there is a death in my family, or there's traumatic news being given, let's be very clear. For those that are married, I really don't know about those that have significant others, but I'm assuming this also goes with that as well. The first person that's going to know about it is going to be the person that's there with you. And as much as we love our girlfriends, they're not always there with us. And so whenever it comes to those scenarios that I use, the many, many more, is going to be your significant other and your spouse. So when you need that shoulder to lean on, when you need that shoulder to cry on, when you need somebody to be able to express yourself in a safe and healthy way, whenever you were dealing with so much emotion that you don't know what the fuck you were going to do, you feel like you're going to explode. And if anybody has ever lost somebody, then you all understand what I'm talking about. Right?
Dusty,
Because
I
that,
see you chomping at the bit.
right.
You're up next.
And
Yeah,
I was
it
gonna
is.
say, I
I'm
think
not
a lot
chomping at
of
the bit. She's just talking forever.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was gonna say, I
Red
think a lot
button,
of what you're saying
mine.
applies
there's a
equally
lot of
to
people
men
with
and
different
women.
opinions.
I
So
think a lot of this applies equally to men and women. Like, men also need support and they can do without us.
Ma'am, did I ever say they didn't?
No, but you're
Okay.
Damn.
it kind of makes it seem like you think that's unique to women, and maybe I
No,
read that wrong. I
you did.
apologize if I did.
You did. You read that wrong, darling, because I never sat there and said it was unique to women. I never put
Well,
it
you only
on any
talked
kind of
about one
gender.
side. You only
Uh,
talked about one side, so maybe your communication was poor, and you could improve that.
Oh, damn.
okay, great.
men, I actually want to hear from the guys on this one. I think that there's been a lot of
Okay, y'all got it.
applied to men being able to show their or convey their emotions.
And I didn't ask for that either. So, you know, it's not
Liza,
true.
Liza, hold on. Let everybody else get in. You went on for a while.
Sir, I didn't even finish my thought. But
It was
okay,
the never-ending
But,
thought.
thank God. You
obviously
realize
I
how
was
many
saying
people
some
on
things that
panel,
make
right?
somebody feel uncomfortable.
There are a lot
No,
of
I
people on
zoned out a
panel.
long time ago. I ain't gonna bullshit you.
Okay, so if you
There
zoned out,
are a
then why
lot.
are you responding?
There are a lot of people on panel, so let's try and condense.
Be less selfish.
People can get in on stuff, because I do definitely want to get, some opinions from these men on panel. To the best of my knowledge, I believe they're all fathers, so it's a good place to get some feedback from too.
Especially if they have daughters.
I just hope they
I
don't
got
treat their
one
daughters the
married
same way.
daughter. I know Flo has a daughter as well. I think you guys hit it on the head. The only point of contention I saw, and true enough, I've listened to the first half of your stuff, Eliza, and at some point I was like, this is too information to comment on. I did notice that Miss Balderson, the only difference that she said, and all of y'all I think were pretty similar, was the fuck around, find out shit. Early on, she started talking. She was like, I agree with that, but I do have that fuck around, found out, and she jumped off of that. So I'm wondering if Miss Balderson isn't, I don't know. That'll be further in the conversation about the patriarchy. I'm not so sure it's different from back then. It's easier for men and it's easier for women. It's fucked up for men. Y'all hit it on the head. You all obviously been in relationships. It's fucked up for the women. In that respect, I'm not sure anything's changed.
Dusty. Well, with you guys too, real quick. Like, do you guys feel like society has kind of put like a lot of stigmatism on you being able to be more open about how you feel about some shit with even with your wives or partners?
I think it's too welcoming of men being open and emotional. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think that men feel better wallowing around in their feelings. I think it's well-intentioned recommendation from women, but honestly, we either want to fix a problem or just ignore it. If it can't be fixed, we're ready to move on past. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to cry about it. We don't want your sympathy. I mean, some of you pussies probably do, but I don't think that it's helpful. I think it's harmful.
Well,
I
I
also
don't even
think a
know
lot
if
of
it's helpful for women, though. I mean, if we get in that phase too, where we're excessively drowning in our own sorrow or self-pity or whatever, it's probably not healthy for anybody. You know, I mean, but you have good friends to kind of pull you out of
Yeah.
that.
I didn't hear
At
anyone
least I
say
do.
something
So
about
with men though, right? Men don't, you don't tell
neck
men your
butter.
problems, so I won't be pouring flow up out of his problem. That's not a thing, because he won't be discussing it with me. That's not a thing we do.
Came to fight with Dusty.
I'm not the shoulder to lean on. If you have a problem and you want help fixing it, hit me up. If you want a shoulder, if you want somebody to feel it with you, talk to Vibe.
I came to fight with Dusty. So
Get in
I
line.
just I want to. Pardon me.
You say
Pick a
get in
number.
line. Take a number.
If Vibe is talking to us,
Oh.
we can't hear him.
So
Yeah, Fab.
now I just want to know.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Vibe. You're not muted either.
Working
Jiggle
out.
the cord.
Fight me, 10th man.
That's what.
Well, the question's for everybody, but let Dusty respond first so that he and I can fight and I can leave before I start yelling. So
Please.
The optimism.
I remember a situation, and let me fully explain so you understand where my mind is, because I've thought about this for 30 years, 34 years, right? So one time I came home from school and I was really proud because I always failed everything. And I didn't fail. And my mother said, well, you could have done better. So her and I got into an argument. And she said, you know, sometimes I wish I never had you. And I said, well, you're the slut that opened your fucking legs. So from that point forward, my whole family hated me because I disrespected my mother. Because of that, still to this day, I have unlimited rage toward those people where, and I've talked about this before and I'll be real careful, but I have thought about my childhood and the fact that there were lots of pew-pews around. They were right there. If I had it to do again, I would have gone completely. If I knew what my life was going forward after that, I would have just one Christmas or something just taken care of it. Right? If I had it to go back.
Are you trying to get put in a 3-day hold?
What the hell?
I'll do that voluntarily.
Yeah.
So, that's the thing is, so, when
That's deep.
When I have this type of rage about this, and then people say, oh, you're just looking for sympathy. How am I looking for sympathy about something that happened 34 years ago? I'm saying that she got treated better as an adult, telling a child that she wished she never had it. And I was supposed to respond in a gauged and respectful way. No, these people were terrible monsters. So that if you want to know
So
what
if
beats,
it's not sympathy, why are you talking to us about
it? So
like that wasn't really a snub response. That was an actual question. Like, what is it you're trying to gain out of telling people this shit?
Because this is the way men are treated.
I mean, it sounds like you had
because she's a woman.
That's not men only.
Or did
That's
she?
not
You
true.
just have a shitty mom.
You had a shitty mom.
Did I also have a shitty uncle's girlfriend that molested me when I was 13?
Yes.
13 and a
Is she
half?
hot?
Sounds
Yeah.
family.
No.
Okay,
No, I'm just saying. No, but
Sounds
this the
family.
problem is. All I've ever heard my whole life is "get over it." That's all I
Well,
ever
I
hear,
would say
You
right?
get
about to
over
hear
it.
it
I
now,
So
think
nigga.
when,
You
but
about
if
to
it
hear
was a
it
Go to
now.
girl, if that
therapist.
same shit happened to a 13 or 15-year-old girl when my mother said that shit to me, right? You would say, "Oh, that's a terrible mother." But all the
At
dudes
your
will
age,
say
no, I
to the
wouldn't.
dude, "Get over it. You're being a pussy."
That's not
Right? So
true.
just so if you guys want to know why men give up, that's why.
Oh my
Go
god.
ahead.
I don't think it's entirely that at all. I think it
That's
is
not
that
true.
way for some. It can be
No,
that way for some, but
It's that way with women as well. Are you kidding?
yeah, it is by all means.
I
mean, I'm
actually,
serious. That's not
I
true.
Yeah, see,
actually,
I actually agreed
I,
with Dusty earlier. Like, men are in a new scenario today that they've never been in, and they're not equipped for. So, one of the things that, where is she? Oh, she's not on here anymore. The last girl mentioned about having that shoulder to cry on, right? We're in this new world where we don't have family with us when we're raising our kids as men and women. Our women are actually working too, which we may not even want them to, but with the economy and like the way that feminism has gone, it's kind of required a two-income household. It's very few men that actually are capable of providing a one household income. And we are now expected to be our best friends with our wives. Back in the day, there are certain scenarios that men are not equipped to be the shoulder to cry on. Your sister is, your mother is, right? And if you go to the man today, because your family's across the country, in another country, you're supposed to be the best friend of your wife, and your wife comes to cry to you, something that a man just doesn't have the capability of, like having the sympathy that somebody else could. Now we're required to put in this spot, and society tells us if we don't like open up and be emotional, that we're a bad husband. Now we still might care, we just aren't necessarily mentally equipped, and I'm sure there's some men are, but the majority are not, right? And so we're thrown in these scenarios where we want to be the best husband,
Wait,
but because we're now supposed to, like,
you
back
say
in the
we
day,
may
the girls
not.
would be with the girls problems, and the boys would be with the boys problems, right? And now we're forced
If I was
to be,
wondering, you said
we're
we may
forced to
not.
be our.
What was the
Go ahead.
last sentence you had said?
We
before,
may
Joey?
we may have a delay, Vibe. You said men may not be equipped. I think that's seen it through the lens of a woman, that you think the way to deal with emotions is the way women deal with it. I would like to lend some credence. Perhaps being equipped is the way men deal with emotion, at least in some form. That may be just as valid and all of that shit. Who says that you got to fucking cry and weep about it? That's maybe sometime with everything
Well,
is
I would
season,
say that
but
we
that
are
can't
Exactly,
not
equipped,
be the
Joe.
way.
and as Dustin
Joe,
said, we want to solve the problem. We want to find a solution, but not necessarily with the emotion that another female could be to our, like, to that person, right? So yes, we are equipped, but not in the sense that they need.
hey Joe, your mic is crackling.
Undoubtedly.
It's
Oh
crackling.
shit. Okay.
I'm going to say something really quick, but can you do a voice check first?
Yeah,
Should I
Where
you're
did
turn
good.
Liza
this all
go?
up?
You're good.
Okay.
I turned
We're
it up.
talking about the shortcomings of the patriarchy here. We're not. I didn't think we were here to complain about everything,
No.
but when you talk about shortcomings, you're going to necessarily point some things out. What I heard was, at least what I heard myself saying, is that a lot of the husbands or fathers take off. I didn't say anything, nor did I hear anybody here saying anything about men aren't emotional enough. I heard women saying that, like, when they feel emotional, they like to go to a strong man, being their husband or a boyfriend or whoever it may be. But no, I didn't hear anybody saying we want a weepy little snotty man that's going to be overcome with emotion.
Exactly.
What I'm hearing
have you
is
seen some of these men though? They are exactly what you said, emotionally weepy, weak men.
and women don't like it, do they?
And that's the thing is, I don't
We
think
don't respect them.
on the same note, we don't respect them. That's where the problem comes in. But I don't think that stoicism.
No, you don't respect them even if they come to you respectfully, like I have right now. You can be the completely somber, sober, reasonable person, and then the person is just ignored and shamed, and I enjoy it. I've been dealing with it for my entire life. It actually gives me pleasure to be, because it just justifies why I'm so angry.
Are the women obligated to accept it, though? Are the women obligated to accept it?
Who gives a fuck?
Okay,
then we can let the species not repopulate, because women want to treat men like they're livestock, and then men have no even reason to even try.
No.
And then we can just let it all fall into complete anarchy because everybody refuses to actually acknowledge what's going on.
Now hold on, because I don't believe that like being stoic means having absolutely no emotions. It simply means not letting your emotions control and dictate your behavior, right? You can still
For 34 years, and then people still say the same thing to you.
Well,
Okay.
I think Liza had a valid point earlier when she
Maybe
was
you
saying
should listen to them.
that people didn't talk about those things, but they still happened. You know, I mean, I think we talk about things so much now to the point that we're maybe not doing as much. But I think that your issue that you're talking about with your mom, those things have been around forever. I mean, it's not like
No, the same shit that happens right now.
Yeah.
What is it that you want out of the audience of these complaints? To go back in time and fight your mom like Terminator?
Or are you saying we're cutting men off by not allowing them to be emotional?
I'm saying that even when a person comes, like I have, and presents a scenario where I'm not trying to say, oh, feel bad for me because my mom was mean. I'm saying I see that in society to this day. Like with Kamala, if Trump had flipped out on Kamala like she did on him during the debate, everybody'd be like, oh, that's horrible what he did. Because everybody has to act different towards women. Otherwise, you're being intimidating and blah, 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 blah. I don't know how many times in a workplace I've been told, well, you know, they're allowed to cross those lines because they're women.
I disagree with that. I think women are way too, a lot of women are way too ruled by their emotions, and there's too many fucking excuses
Yes,
made
I've
for
watched
why they
women
can't control themselves. On the same note, I think men should be perfectly safe and fine to have feelings about shit and, you know, cry when your fucking mom dies.
Last
It's
thing
just
I
a
had to say.
matter of you shouldn't be ruled by them more often than you're not.
Can't
If you're
say
in
anything against that, man.
Last thing I had to say is, if you have, for now, if
talking.
you have a woman who on a regular basis is getting hysterical in a workplace, and that gets let go constantly, yet me even getting frustrated over something, then you get told that's scaring people, but she's a lunatic who's sitting there breaking down, crying, storming off out of the center, acting.
What
But it's
about that,
It's
y'all?
scary
He's got
when
a
I
point.
do it. No, it's
What
We
scary
let it go
when I
and you
do
do
it.
it too.
What did you
But he's
find
She
got a
does
point.
it.
White
It's
women
fine.
can get away
Why?
with shit with all that acting out shit, and men can't. That isn't that a fact?
There are double standards, and I'm fine with it. Men can get away with being sluts.
Fine.
Oh, that's valid.
That's true.
That's it. I don't
Yeah.
like. I think women should.
So what you're
control
saying
that
is
shit
more is
more
expected
too.
of men, right?
Different.
In some regards and less in
No,
other
more.
regards.
More.
I heard you.
Every aspect of society.
No,
You are
not saying that.
you are being the most emotional, dramatic baby on the panel. There's women here too, but you're the one that's doing the things you say women do, and we're dealing with it.
You guys are gonna fight.
He's right.
Yep.
He's right.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
We can make each other cry with
that's
all
valid.
our.
I mean,
our.
it's.
Can you hear me? Okay,
You're
am I
sitting-
loud
you're
enough?
s-
No, we can hear you, Les.
Because I think two of us are talking at the same time. We can make each other cry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And yeah, I just don't know if I'm loud enough because
Yeah,
You are.
I turned you
Alright.
up. You're good.
we could all tell our little anecdotal stories. And that's not to put them down or put anybody here specifically down, but it's not helping for the general purpose of this discussion.
Very good.
If I am gonna, I could make you cry with the things that I have felt and thought and that have happened with my father.
Do it.
No, I'm not here to do that. What I thought we were here to do, and we keep going off the rail and making it kind of like a men versus women thing, which I absolutely can't stand. as we're trying to talk about the patriarchy and what can improve. We're not trying to talk about how your aunt or your uncle or somebody or your dad did this or such and such. Not to say that that isn't important. You want validation for the fact that you were wronged and you were abused.
Wrong.
Well,
We
not
want
quite.
Lindsay on
Real
the
quick.
men's side, and we'll trade 10th man for Lindsay. Y'all can
Yeah, I
have
mean,
Real
those
Lindsay's
quick.
the one displaying the
Yeah,
calm,
the
rational.
this is stoicism.
I want
Why
to
would you
clarify.
put your
Can I
opinion on
clarify?
me rather than ask?
Can I
Because
clarify real
mine's
quick?
better than your honesty with yourself. That's
Yo,
why.
the host would
Yo.
like to clarify real quick, please. This is not completely about like criticizing what the patriarchy can do to improve. I think it's more of, and not even so much of like a men. I don't want it to be men versus women. It's more of a matter of, I think that my approach was to look at what the rhetoric has been throughout society, where women do end up getting kind of, what's the word I'm thinking of here? Like,
Yeah, I thought I was on topic because I actually listened to your intro. Sorry about that.
yeah,
You're complaining about your mom.
women
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
He
We'll
just
leave it
wants to
alone.
fight. 10th man.
No.
You
This
just
man
want to
always
fight.
wants to fight. It's sometimes good for content. He can fight some.
Okay, good.
I'll be careful
Right.
too. I'll be careful to it. He'll be gooder. He'll deal with me later.
Who's next? Can I get a therapy
but
session in here too?
but yeah,
I'm
the,
Hey, come
closer.
on.
I'm closer, and I'm closer, and I take cash
That
app.
was a
So if you guys
burn.
want to hit me,
my my bigger thing. The reason why I brought up the patriarchy is because we do see a number of men who claim to be, part of the. I just had Marte yelling at me the other day to be quiet and respect the patriarchy, and I had to laugh because it's like,
Was he
you're
reading
not
from
a
Grok?
patriarch.
Yeah, is that what Grok told him to do?
I think
I
that
mean, does it count if is it actually Marte or is it Grok saying that?
who
If
fucking
a
knows
man
at this rate.
programmed it at him, so it's still a man, right?
I think that
now it's AI.
I think the actual understanding of what patriarchy is has kind of been lost along the way as society has shifted, and that
Well,
the
Beth,
fact
can
that
you
women have
ask?
to be strong has been undervalued and put into a bad light, when actually I think it's just a normal light. It's whether you
Can you
like
give
it or
us
what
not,
is
women need to be strong.
what is your Beth? What is your definition
Of
of a
patriarchy?
patriotic man? Yes.
Patriarchy is not just men, right? It's comes down to more of a biblical aspect when it comes to men, of being fathers that meet a list of criteria as far as conduct and duties, responsibilities, all of that, and being able to meet that stuff.
And basically, then what you're saying is basically men fall short, and I wouldn't disagree with you. I just want to make sure that's what I'm hearing.
I think
Right?
men don't understand. I think that there's a lot of men who try to say they're patriarchs and they don't know the definition. That is my point.
100%. I would
The
be thinking these
patriarch is a
women shouldn't be
leader.
following none of these men. I'd be thinking y'all be crazy if you follow most of the cats I know.
Yeah.
I was
When
gonna
was
say,
it?
a leader is somebody.
When was it most prevalent in history, Beth?
Oh, it's always.
Good
It
question.
depends. You can find it
Can you
throughout
give a
history, even
matriarch
now. Like
society? Is there a
this
matriarch
is
society?
Hold on. Don't leave
this
us
is
yet.
why
Bob is chasing something.
this is why I invited like Mrs. Balderson, especially, and even Exiled's wife, because and Dusty as well. And Vibe.
Sorry,
Shit. I see a lot of some very good patriarchs on this panel, and like she as a woman has a phenomenal relationship with her husband, and he is a good patriarch for their family.
Mhm.
What do you mean by the
sorry
rhetoric?
if I chased off Eliza.
The rhetoric of patriarchy.
I sent a message.
Plus, I'll catch all the
What do
smoke
you
because we're
mean?
good friends, Flo. It'll all be about me, so you're good.
I hope she comes back.
I sent a
I'm
message
I'm
to
just
Exile.
curious. Like, what are you comparing? Like, is there a matriarchal society that's like antithetical to the patriarchy? I don't really. I guess I'm trying to understand.
No, I hear you. It's been patriarchy the entire time, as far as we know. So, What
That's
is
what I'm saying. Yeah.
what
I think-
else could we be talking about here? What would a matriarchal society
When
look
you
like?
say the rhetoric of patriarchy, it puts an obtuse concept in my head. Can you make it concrete?
So I believe that she is talking
question.
about a specific group of people that use patriarchy, the word, as some rhetoric that they beat women up with. That they
That they cannot actually
following a
mean.
very specific
Alright.
ideology, and in doing so, they use it as a stick to beat people with.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Rather than what true patriarchy is, it's their skewed,
Right.
like, this is what patriarchy is, and we're going to make sure that you
I
do
think
everything we say.
patriarchy, besides those things Beth said, is mostly the biggest part is leadership, and you lead by example. That's what men must be doing a lot of to qualify into the patriarchy.
Yeah, and Linzilla had actually mentioned something like, then why are fathers leaving? And when I was trying to point out the points that men have been thrown in this new world that I don't think they're naturally born for, I think the patriarchy, not based on what Ms. Boulderson was just talking about, not the ones that are using it as a weapon. The original patriarchy was based on our natures, right, and how we behave, and it was almost unspoken, right? And
yes,
I was on a panel with Miss Balderson and Beth and Sarah, and they listened to a bunch of guys telling the women what they want on a women's panel, and I said, women just want men don't just beat a woman on the head and say, this is my wife. That's not how the patriarchy works. A man steps up. The man demonstrates that he can take care of her. The man basically has to prove himself. The judge is the woman, and the woman will never trust that man. And well, actually, in today's society, they will, if he has got money or all these features that aren't actually supporting a woman. The old thing was, can this man provide me the things that I can't do for myself and the protection I need? And not until that man steps up and does that will they actually, and I hate to say this word, submit to saying, I will trust him as the leader of my family. And I know women hate the word submit.
I don't.
But in order for a man to get them to submit, the man has to be the first one to submit by gaining that trust. And it has to be an honest trust. It has to be a stoic trust. It has to be a trust that he continues to portray throughout that marriage. And we've
It has
seen
to be
this
born in
with
action,
Gentile and
not
with
in
this
word.
new
100%.
patriarchy and everything that is just blowing everything apart.
100%.
Do you guys think that strong women are capable of submitting to their man?
Yes, because I mean,
Yeah.
my antidote is my wife wants me to be the leader, the dominant one in the family. However, I've said this on other panels before, she's also a boss bitch. She loves running stuff. She has a strong nature. And and even though she tells me to my face, I need you to solve these problems, behind my back, she goes trying to solve them because she likes to do these things, right? So she has that nature in her, and I don't shut her down like
She runs around undermining what you're doing.
No. You guys have to understand the difference, though.
That's how it sounded the way you just said that.
I know, and everybody's
I wanna
I've
make a point.
had this discussion a few times where people are like, you don't have control of your wife. And I do. I understand her nature, because when I take that away from her, I find that she's miserable, right? And I don't want her miserable. But at the same time, I do have control of it in the sense that I know, like, is this going to destroy our savings, or is this a good, something good for her mental health and her nature and her wanting to, lead things, run things, try things,
Yeah.
But if I see it's going to destroy our kids' college fund, I'm going to put my foot down, right?
But definitely, you got to give a shit to be in charge of. The
not a
household is a
bad
good
way.
one. That's in the Bible, even. Let the woman control that shit. It's final decision, and if she makes a mistake, it still falls upon you. But even the Bible
I
says
guarantee
give her
you. By the
control
way,
of shit.
if I were to let her do that, like do something that would destroy, like our kids' college fund,
Yeah.
she might yell at me and make me sleep on the couch for a few nights. But if
Really?
she did it and we lost her college fund, she's gonna be like,
Sorry.
"Why didn't you stop me? Why didn't you stop me?" Right? So as a man, yeah, maybe I ended up on the couch, but I know that in the end, she wanted me to do that, even if she didn't disagree with me, right? So yes,
A
I
real
am a
man
very
makes her
strong
sleep on
woman,
the
and I
floor.
don't mind a strong woman.
You read my mind, Flo. I couldn't get past
Buying
what the
dog
fuck is
beds.
he doing on the couch.
Buying some dog beds over there, Dusty.
So you
I
got
love-
the issue. You
Any
sleeping
man
on
who's
the
been married
couch.
for a while and has several kids, when a woman needs that, I mean, you could say, okay, I failed. I'm a simp, right? Because I didn't stand up and go, bitch.
Nobody said that.
You go sleep on the couch. I'm the man in this house, right? No, there's sometimes we just go, okay, this is something I'm gonna stand my ground, but I am gonna go sleep on the couch because I don't need to escalate it. I know how my wife works. I know how to solve these problems, right?
And sometimes you can't do both though. Sometimes you can't stand your ground and sleep on the couch. If she's dead wrong and all of that shit, no, I'm not sleeping on the couch just to fucking feed whatever you did, and it's not gonna go right for you. No, if you got a problem, you sleep on the couch, motherfucker. I'm not even mad at you.
Yes, you're right.
I'm sorry.
But sometimes one night is a sufficient sacrifice to let minds cool and readdress the problem the next day. Otherwise, you're only escalating something into a dramatic. It is
knife fight. Let's go.
Right? This isn't the same for every woman. Okay, so I'm not sitting here telling every man that this is how they treat their wife. I just know my wife. My wife respects me because I know how to treat her. I know how to deal with these situations. It could be totally different with your wife. You may have a totally different scenario. Doesn't mean I've lost control. It means I understand the scenario. I'm staying calm.
We understand you, Vibe. You're saying it 3 times. I think we understand you. Surely the men do.
No, just do one more time. I wasn't really listening, Vibe, but one more time.
Oh, Jesus, 10th man.
I would like to echo what he, I think an important aspect of what he said was the mental health piece as well.
Lindsay,
I think there's, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll wait for this person to go.
Yeah.
No, please, by all means.
Drew, you haven't spoken. You haven't spoken, Drew. I don't believe. Go.
Yeah, I have.
I'll go next.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for submitting to me so I could have the floor. I appreciate it.
Damn, he's gonna fuck it up that fast.
I think that society today has lost track of accountability for mental health on both ends, male and female. And I don't think that if the mental health piece is there and it's healthy, that you're never going to win this argument.
Well, I wonder if part of the fundamental problem is that we've lost the balance between masculine and feminine, and we're living in a fantasy world wherein anything can be true because nothing's true. If there was some more of that balance, women tend to live in a world where we create what we want. And we try to make everything that we want happen, regardless of what is good for everything else. Men
I like it. Yeah.
More pragmatic way of thinking. We need both. We need dreamers. We need doers. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, too much.
No.
It sounded good.
Yeah. Men think more pragmatic. Women think more about what they want.
Right,
and they want it now.
Man, I don't even know if that's true.
I think that we're like promoting some mental illness wherein we think when you tell everybody that you're equal, nobody's equal. 2 men aren't equal. 2 women aren't equal. When we can believe what we want and we can show it to the world on little snippets on our phone and pretend to be things we're not, we've all kind of lost touch with reality. I think whoever said that, the mental health, it's not just applicable to one gender. We've all, our mental health is out of touch.
I love that shit, right? TikTok done told us you can be anything, trophy participation, trophy bullshit, and you're just as good as the guy who smoked you by 3 laps. You're just as good as he is. Yeah, because you've been watching TikTok.
Well, I didn't raise my kids to follow every single advertisement that comes upon their screen, though. I mean, I raised them to push back and not believe everything that they see on TikTok. I mean, I don't know.
They're all ads. I'm not talking about ads, literally, right? Everything that someone putting out there is their version of reality, and they get weirder and weirder. You would think that some of these things are actually big deals going on, and they're not. It's only because they're fads among a bunch of people.
What were you going to say, Dusty? You were saying you're not sure if that's actually true.
Sorry.
You were saying you weren't sure if that's actually true.
Oh, but what did I say that to?
I almost had it, damn it, because I started talking.
I don't remember.
It's actually really hard for me not to attack Dusty right now. I think I'm gonna have to talk to you offline, Dusty.
It's gone past my brain as well. My bad.
This is a true thing I've seen throughout my history in the United States and being in multiple states. So I'm not the oldest person. I think I might be the oldest person on this panel, but
I think I am.
I'm 54, right?
79 years old, bro.
So when I was going to high school, I think it was second phase feminism, and they were teaching all of us, the boys and the girls, that we all were equal. And like this was like the first time where women weren't doing the cooking classes. This is where they're putting women through hardcore, math, and pushing them to be engineers, pushing the men, teaching both the men and the women during my time of being raised in the schools that we all can be equal. And to be honest, I mean, I was listening to it, and I grew up with these girls. I went to college with these girls. I was high-fiving them when they got their first jobs, like at Microsoft and Ford, as engineers.
Wait, Vibe. Let me interrupt for a second, please. Are you saying, Vibe, that women shouldn't be engineers and at these high-powered jobs?
No, let me actually get to the point. Is something they never actually taught us. This was actually in my view, and from what I saw in real life, it was a failed experiment, because what they didn't tell any of these women is that they were sacrificing their most vital years for becoming a mother. They weren't telling these women that what the successes were going, or the failures that were going to happen in a planned family. And all these women actually did want to have a family. And all these girls that I was high-fiving, going, good job getting that engineering job, all of a sudden in their late 30s, and they're all spending tens of thousands of dollars on IVF, trying to get pregnant for the first time, having husbands that actually felt like they weren't needed because they had such a great job, and they're all getting divorced. They all have one kid, even though they wanted huge families.
But Vibe, who told them to do that? Who taught them to do that from a very young child?
Sacrifice family to do that.
Who taught them to do that?
Great point, Vibe.
They were lied to. They were lied to. And I was
we were all lied to.
Who lied to them, Vibe? No, answer the question. Who lied? Who lied?
Well, whoever
exactly.
Give him a chance. Ted, give him a chance to answer. You haven't stopped yet. Let him see if he's going to answer.
We did a show on moms for 10th.
They were programmed for survival. They were just being programmed for survival, to be on their own with their children.
I don't buy that completely either. I mean, it's one, well...
This whole shit Vibe described goes against nature. It's not logical that a woman would jag off her shit, chasing a career, and then not be able to have kids. That whole plan is definitely illogical.
I remember being a teenager, and I knew the expectation was for me to go to college. That's what everybody in the family did. You go to college when you graduate. And I remember thinking, why do I want to go to college? I'm picking a career based around having children. I really just want to get married and have a family. And I didn't know how to go about doing that. So I went to college and did the whole thing. I did have children. I did have a family, but it certainly wasn't in the way that I expected it. And it certainly, there's a lot of things I would definitely do differently if I could go back. But biologically speaking, I knew I wanted to be a mom. That was what I wanted.
Effect.
The mental aspect that Drew brought up. There are more men and women on drugs, maybe because we're pushing drugs, but there are more people feeling that they're out of what I think is nature, and it causes natural depression when we have society telling us who we're supposed to be and not allowing nature to allow us to be who we are. So
where does that societal influence come from?
That's what 10th question is. That's what 10th man's question was.
Right. And right now in this day and age, it's in the palm of your hand.
Nope.
Is that a masturbation joke? Oh, phone. Okay, I get it.
So for comic effect, I've let it go on this far, but I want to say that I'm really surprised, and I actually called it out before I accidentally left earlier because it was in a weird browser, and I said, "Let me say something." When Liza cut me off, and I was like, "Okay, it's a woman's panel. Go ahead." Right, but then I hit the wrong button. I had to fix it, but I said, "Let me say something," and then everyone will just ignore what I said. And then I did say it. Dusty kind of picked on me. That's fine.
I picked on you a bit too.
But I let it go because I was.
Because you should.
You have to understand that I've done this exercise hundreds of times, right? So I was just trying to see if anybody would say, which very few people have ever asked, which is, why do you think she said that? Why was she like that?
I'm not. And the reason this is just me. So if you want to know why I ignored it, if you ask, I think you're asking
one more sentence, which is because she hated, I wanted someone to ask, why did she say that, right? Because she hated my father. She would continuously say, since I was very small, you're ugly just like your father, because I look just like him, right? So she hated him so much that she transferred that hate on me.
I was just gonna say, the way you phrase the question, when you make it a long ass story about yourself and all of that, that
No,
stuff,
it's a setup. I wanted to see how people would react.
I'm
I
telling
think
you.
that
You are-
Hold on,
we all
well,
nailed it on the head in saying she was a shitty mom, and I'm sorry that you had a shitty mom. She
Nope,
was a
that's
shitty mom.
a lot of people were like that, man. A lot. They still
should have-
are. You guys all were up here. You just oh, you're looking for
This has
sympathy. No, I'm
absolutely
doing an
nothing to do
exercise.
with anything. Nothing to do with anything.
We should have a whole show about that. I'd love to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
About that.
No, we're good. No, everybody just
I
keep
don't want to
ignoring
talk
what's
about it, but I'd
happening.
watch it from a distance.
Are you gonna insist that you're a victim here? I just offered. For
No,
one.
I'm
my
saying
mom called
You
me a
different
name.
people
We
just
could all
offered
got stories
to make
like
a
that.
whole show about this and to talk to you about it. Because
No,
I'm
I'm
very
saying
familiar with this stuff. I am, but I don't think it's
these
such a
men
show
are beat
appropriate.
down from a very young age, and they're told to act feminine. And you guys are saying about fighting back? Yeah. And then they're supposed to know how hard they're supposed to fight back. And then when they beat somebody stupid, they're the bad guy.
So can I kind of change that in a little way and say that in a really beneficial way that taught you to question authority and not to trust authority? And it sucks that
For
that
sure, yeah,
authority
but
was your
Hold on, I
mom.
made a point. You about to cut her off? Were you done? Because I didn't even get your point.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, yeah, for sure.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was asking you, were you done? I was wanting to hear what you said.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think that in a lot of people who go through really hard upbringings with terrible parents or awful situations, they turn out to be some of the strongest people you will ever meet. They tend to be some of the most giving people you will ever meet. And they tend to question authority rightly. They tend
Good
not
point.
to put their faith in authority just because they're an authority figure.
Yeah, very good point.
We need that in the world.
Yeah.
It sucks that it comes through suffering, but suffering gives us gifts
Go
that we
ahead.
don't realize when we're in the middle of it what they are. And one of those superhuman gifts is the ability to question authority when the rest of the world is going along with it. So
Right.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have that.
So I'm sure none of you people would ever treat your children like that. But, I've seen it with other people too. I'm just trying to bring a perspective.
I would treat you like that for sure.
Yeah, it's just normal, Tenth. We all got stories about the shitty shit. I could go on and on about the shitty
Yeah,
things.
that's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say that maybe if we treated young men with a little bit more respect instead of treating them like they're just livestock to be bred to work and make money for the system, then we might have a little bit different society.
That's a little bit different
I think
conversation.
that's what's happening. I mean, I think I don't know what everybody else's economic perspective is. I grew up in a fairly affluent area in the middle class.
That's
Men
not
where
mine.
I grew up were expected to go to college. They were expected to get white collar jobs. They were never taught that they were going to go be laborers of any kind. That was beneath them. And I think that was a detriment to the people in my area, that they never realized that there is merit and value in the trades. We need people who do the trades. It's not an insult that you don't have a degree. It's not an insult that you use your body. And I think that men, more than women, again, there's always exceptions, men are typically happier when they get to use their body in addition to using their brain. Using their body helps their brain
there's some
process
truth
and
to that.
clarify.
Well, that's because working out is actually one of the best treatments for depression that there is. So, of course, using your body is going to help them feel better and work through whatever they're going through, and then they don't have to be blubbering babies.
I got a question for the women. If we're trying to get a problem solved, emotion in those instances, at least, is a deficit, because it's just going to fuck you up if you can't. Your mind's not going to work right. What is the advantage of you guys using your emotions, buck wild? What's the advantage there?
So we make people feel better about the shitty situation. That's our job. We're supposed to take people going through the shitty situation and make them feel better about it.
I think that sometimes too we can also help see because we tend to be so fucking empathetic, we can help see from other points of view that maybe may not be considered up front. However, I agree with you, Joe. I mean, I think a lot of times, if we're trying to solve a problem using emotions, we're going to fail most of the time.
Okay.
Fuck it up in some way.
So specifically to Joe's question, I've seen you harness your emotions and use them productively. You do it all the time, constantly, with your police shit. So that should answer your question. You're a good demonstration of it. But also broadly,
What do women? Was my question? What's the advantage
Women-
of women using it?
Don't say broadly. Attack me openly, pussy.
I'm not talking about you at all. It has nothing to do with it. But that's what I was going to say is if there's something I've taken away from YouTubing, it's that for all the talk of women being emotional and men being stoic that I hear, it looks like it might be the opposite.
Yeah, on YouTube it does probably.
But
Yeah,
Dusty, do you think that
True.
that has? Do you think that part of that is because men are almost shamed from ever like exhibiting emotions the way, and maybe like there's just too much pressure under the cork sometimes?
No, I think that men should be held to a more stoic standard, and I don't think that pressure is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing. I think that the internet is a haven for emotional, soft men.
yeah. They
Is
think it.
is it equal, or is it expected?
Say that again.
What emotional
Is it-
soft men?
No. What Dusty said, it was the opposite. Is it opposite? Is it equal, or is it expected?
I think that. I guess I don't know how you phrase the question, but I think that women I think that there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of emotional men who take refuge on the internet. And I think that women who come into that environment need to be a bit more, detached or aloof of it, right? Because you're going to catch a lot of flack from, the 10th mans of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the hard things about discussions like this is when we're looking.
You're lucky Sarah distracted me because I don't even know what you just said.
When we're looking at this issue, like we talked about education, and 10th Man asked, where did those directives come from? We can look at the gender war that's going on, and each one of these, or we can look at red pill, we can look at patriarchy. All of these things are separate debates that you can almost have. But Miss Balderson actually kind of almost nailed it, because really, if you want to start trying to tackle this problem, we have to start at the lowest level. And I would say, we've all talked about it many times already, it's our natural nature. So my question to the women, and hi, Sarah, would be essentially, is what's happening on the internet, as Dusty was just saying, what's happening in our educational systems, what's happening with our gender studies, what's happening with the left telling us, this is the way we treat people. If you guys actually feel that is going more towards male and female nature, or totally going away from the way that we were born to be, whether you're secularist or not, right? Whether you have Christianity or secularism in your background, do you feel that all the directions that we've been moving in the last 40 years fits with our nature?
Real quick, welcome to Sarah, and thank you to OG for the raid. You guys are awesome. Welcome.
I
Yeah,
agree
we're
with
panel
what
here.
you're saying entirely, Vibe, and I do not think that modern society supports our best nature. I don't think it supports anybody's best nature. I just think we've been comforted into a bubble where we're losing human nature.
I like it.
Empathy ruined society, not feminism, not patriarchy, not matriarchy. None of it. It's just empathy. Like all of this mojo bojo. You guys were talking about letting boys duke it out and stuff like that. That empathy for the kid who's getting bullied did nothing but weaken that child. So we made our men little bitches all in one clean sweep.
Right, but then when we beat them stupid, then we're the bad guy, right?
I remember a year ago, you told me that everybody should get a waiter job or a bartending job so they could learn empathy. And I said that's stupid.
And I remember that.
I disagreed with it. And now, a year later, I want to tell you I was fucking right and you sound like me.
You still have to learn it and understand it. There are still moments like with your child. There are still moments with your child that you need to have, you know, like when they're sick and so on and so forth. You still have to know and understand. And you also have to know and understand how people operate and what empathy truly is and what it's like to be in that moment. I'm not saying you have to give empathy to everyone, but you have to know and understand what it is.
This is my
so that you
smug
can
I was right
recognize
face.
I love that, Sarah. That was great.
And Sarah, you were correct. All right. You do have to experience
for sure, but it isn't for everybody. And feeling deeply emotional about things that you have no control over is a waste of your own energy and time.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, even and you know, just to bring into like more newer news and politics and all of those things, even immigration, like illegal immigration, so on and so forth. Oh, well, let's just let them stay here because they're this or they're that, or you know, they've already been here, or they left a dangerous situation. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but you should give a fuck about your self-interest. You should give a fuck about cops just walking in without a warrant. That's what it's self-interest. You can get there with self-interest.
Sarah, you say that you don't give,
But it's
you
not
don't give a
happening
fuck.
to me.
Sarah, you say you don't give a fuck.
Well, it hasn't yet.
But see,
Sarah.
Yeah, but
Sarah,
I'm
you
just
said,
saying it's not
hang
happening
on,
to me.
Drew.
So why would I be empathetic to someone else?
Why do you? Why? I mean, it is happening to people, and you're a person in the country who lives in a house, right? So there's nothing about you that exempts you from it happening to you.
I don't know that that's necessarily
I'm legal.
I thought she's being sarcastic.
Yeah,
First
that's
of
what
all,
I'm saying.
I'm legal.
I am being sarcastic. Thank you, Joe, for getting
All
me.
right.
But I am coming full circle, like with the empathy part. Like, okay, well, it's not happening to me. If I'm self-interested, and it's not happening to me. Why should I care?
All right.
Because you understand how, because you have a little bit of foresight, like not even very much, just like a tiny smidge
Yeah, but
of
it's
it.
not happening to me. So why would I care?
Play
That's
by
like
the rules.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Pause. Can I please say
Fucking
something?
angry
Sarah,
and bitchy.
you know I love you, Sarah. I do, but I talked about this on my show yesterday, and I forgot by the time you came. You just said that follow the rules, okay?
She pretended to come.
But what I hear you saying, whether you mean it or not, just because like Denizen has talked about use of force, and I did a show about it yesterday. Unless you're not aware of what the laws are around these types of situations, you are condoning the ICE agents breaking the law and using excessive force because you don't care about the law. That's what I'm hearing.
Those people broke the law to get in and use their set force of some sort to get in and fuck with our shit. I don't care.
Your stupidity is setting your kids up.
No, I mean the EMT Preddy. I mean the EMT guy Preddy, right?
Fucking let Flo call her stupid for a little while. She deserves it. She's saying stupid shit.
She's saying stupid shit. It's not about the illegal immigrants. It's about your kids who will live in the dystopian future that you create because you don't have any foresight.
After these two go back and forth, I'm letting Drew's up next.
I'm sorry if I'm getting bossy
There's a
back.
certain level of empathy and self-preservation for your children. But we
I
just
saw
said
him
empathy
say,
is
you're right.
not needed. So what difference does it make? Now is the only thing that's real.
Yeah.
Drew, did you want to say something? I heard you trying to get
Sarah,
in.
I just want to bring it back to what Sarah said. She was talking about situations and, you know, I don't give a fuck and all that other shit, which is great. I respect you for that. But at the same time, when should society give a fuck about a victim, somebody that is, you know, an empath? At what point?
When they affect me.
Wait, are these people victims?
So
well, the way
and let me put it
Preddy was executed, so yeah, Preddy was executed.
And the law will handle that however it needs to handle that. We are not the judge, jury, nor executioner.
Very good.
Right? But
we are the jury.
Oh, let it go.
No, we're not. And that's probably your problem.
Yes, we're the jury of public opinion. That's the difference.
Yeah, public opinion. But you're not the one that's going to be dealing with that. You're not the lawyers. You're not the police charging. You're not the prosecution. If you want to go out and do great things and save the world, do more than sitting on a fucking panel talking about it.
If you don't think our opinion should be involved, why is your opinion involved?
You asked.
Okay.
You neutralize
So-
yourself with that
Let-
attitude.
let-
I'm not out trying to save the world. And I'm not
rephrase my
here
question.
You're out meddling. You're out having an opinion that meddles with the world, just like we are. It just so happens that your opinion is short-sighted, self-destructive, and retarded. Honestly,
But that's your opinion.
Right. Well,
correct.
In my opinion, when we relinquish rights little by little and we just erode it away and erode it away and erode it away, at some point in time, those rights have been eaten up and we don't get them back.
This isn't little by little. He got executed because he didn't, I don't know, die fast enough.
Sarah realizes that when you allow your rights to be eroded, even slowly, it's a negative thing. And if it were happening to her family, her kids' rights, she would totally understand it. But when you don't care about a person, and I would go further, I'd say you got to dislike a motherfucker. There is no don't care. There's something particular you don't like about this motherfucker. You'll allow your rights to be eroded. You'll give up a little bit in order to hurt them. I'd say that's some negative shit.
Well,
Okay,
if
so
it was a
I
bad
think-
shoot, it was a bad shoot, but there's nothing that my opinion is not going to change a matter of a bad shoot. There's nothing that I can do about that.
You give your opinion on shit every day that you can't change.
But you have to let it go through the system. You have to aren't you?
And how do you let the system know that you're not happy with it and that you want it taken care of? This is exactly it. These cops will probably have repercussions because it got so much noise. Otherwise, they wouldn't. Cops get away with shit all the time, every day. And the other thing is, none of us, I guarantee nobody on this panel has been negatively impacted directly by an illegal immigrant. But I guarantee everybody has by a cop.
My community was affected by it. We had a young woman.
How was your community affected?
A young woman that was
What are you talking
my
about?
age. She had 5 fucking kids. Went to the
Directly.
park.
Name a way that you've been directly impacted. If you didn't read the news at all, how have they hurt you?
It's okay. So you want
Yeah, there you go.
Want everybody to be. You want everybody to be empathetic, but then you don't want.
I don't want anybody to be empathetic at all. Why the fuck do you keep saying that?
Why would you want people to be affected by that? We move to towns and areas.
Why
where
do you
we
keep
hopefully
saying
don't.
I want people to be empathetic? I've
You
never
moved
said
it
anything about
a
empathy.
little bit, Sarah.
You
He's
want
saying
them to
he
care.
wants people to understand that you're more likely to be hurt from a police officer than an immigrant. He's just trying to
Not
say, I
if
want
I
that to
follow
be
the
acknowledged in that line.
You're dumb.
I don't go throwing
Maybe
myself
that's not
out
true.
there. I don't go
Maybe that's
throwing
not true.
myself out there. I don't argue with cops. I don't. I'm not an asshole. I don't go throwing myself into situations that I
Right.
definitely shouldn't be in.
You are an asshole.
Yeah,
I
you
am an
are,
asshole.
Sarah. I go out there and I follow the rules when I confront cops and all that. Didn't save me. It doesn't save me. It doesn't stop them from hurting me and putting false shit on you and doing really horrendous shit when you follow the rules. If you disagree with them, and it's your duty to say, I disagree. The nigga who's saying, just lay down and let it slide. It's not your business. I don't even understand that nigga.
All right, so I mean, this actually does tie back into the nature thing and her empathy thing.
Thank you.
Right, but I mean, whether Sarah cares or not isn't actually the point, right? If somebody breaks into our country, that's illegal. If I break into anybody else's country, that is illegal. Okay, now we're talking about force. We're talking about what ICE did and things like that.
I didn't know Preddy was an illegal immigrant.
It's not just ICE. So just let me land this plane really quick. We have the mayor of Minnesota, or the governor of Minnesota, was training people on how to follow ICE agents, blow whistles, honk the horn, drive all around, obstructing illegal.
Vibe, you submit to your wife. I don't know why I would be surprised that you want the governor
this will
to
not be
submit.
allowed in any other country.
Did you just say whistles?
We don't live in any other country. We live here. I don't give a fuck what the neighbors are doing.
Motherfucker said whistles.
I'm not sure what your point is, Vibe.
You guys, both things are true. This is being politicized. People are being propagandized into doing shit that's dumb and putting themselves in harm's way. And people see the overreach of our federal government and are out there standing, or our state or city or whatever the heck may apply. And they're standing for what they believe in. They're standing for their freedoms because freedoms get taken away if you do not put your body in harm's way. That's the whole point.
So how can you have it both ways? It sounds like you're saying people are dumb to go out there, and you're saying they're smart because it's necessary to go out there.
It's
Well,
unwise.
some of both
but
is also true,
maybe
but
not
when
like-
people are going out there because a political figure or an actor told them to go do it, that's dumb.
Oh, their
You don't
intent.
even know what you're protesting.
Sorry, before we move on, I got after her. Sorry.
You're
But if
correct,
you're
Ms.
out there
Bartison.
actually
Yes, I
protesting
understand.
for rights, for human beings, for Americans in our country, for the government not to overreach, that's a totally different thing than just following what some popular politician or actor said. That's dumb.
I understand.
I gotta say this one second, real quick. Vibe just said whistles, which is the most adorable thing I've ever heard. And then he said, if this wouldn't be allowed in other places in the world, oh, so we're gonna ignore what's happening in Iran, we're gonna ignore what's happening in England. That, you know, so the way what Vibe is like, what Vibe just said, and I love you, Vibe, I really do, but like whistles and then not anywhere else in the world is the most ludicrous things you just said. Like how wrong.
China.
Fuck the
China.
whistles.
Actually,
Fuck your feelings.
The whole thing is
China,
this
China
is
wouldn't even.
opposite
China
of what
wouldn't
we're
even
doing.
let you.
They're saying if
China,
you do something like this, we're going to kill your
China
motherfucking
as
ass.
the standard for what we should do.
No,
How does
what
that
I'm
have to
saying
do
is
But
he's
anything
right
with
to
you need
say
to go
that if
Switzerland.
you
Switzerland
went
would
and
not
did this
allow
anywhere
the stuff
else.
that we do here.
Does China have a First Amendment right?
How does this tie into patriarchy again?
Okay,
Yeah,
so to
in
go and well, I brought it in with the whole empathy thing and not giving a fuck. So
Yeah, you was gonna have that let ride anyway.
I'm cutting in real
A lot
quick.
of men feel here.
I'm cutting
about
in
this.
real quick, guys. Tiny bit of a grift break. I got a kid who's graduating from high school and he's got a big trip coming up. So I would greatly appreciate any donos for my time hosting these panels. Much
Rookie.
appreciated. Now y'all can get back to arguing. And
Rookie.
if I can say, I do think. What do you mean, rookie?
I'm spoiled. I'm used to graphics and all sorts of
I
booty
don't have any
shaking
graphics
and
yet.
I thought you were just
I don't want to take
theme
up,
music and
I don't want to
bombs
take up too
dropping.
much time from this shit. This is
I'm
a
spoiled.
enthralling conversation at the moment, so I don't want to take up too much time. And in fact, I want to bring it back to discussing how this does tie into patriarchy, because if the men who are leading this country are the ones that are making the decisions and the rules for what is going to be acceptable, how we're going to do this stuff, where our country's out of step, whatever, then it's ultimately their duty to come up with a plan for it.
Well, this is a
So-
great example of patriarchy then, because this is shitty to say that. I'm not going to say it because it's shitty. Nah,
there's
fuck
more
it.
men. There's more men leading this country than there are women by far. And quite honestly, like as a woman, I'm not that big into politics. I don't want to be.
Yeah, I'm
into
going to say that
politics.
shitty thing then.
And I've
Maybe
seen too many
patriarchy
female
is right.
politicians who don't belong there.
And any woman who's saying what you say, oh, I'm too dainty to make a political decision. And any woman like Sarah saying, just let them do their fucking job. They're just doing their job. Perhaps you guys are ill qualified and the patriarchy is a great idea.
I'm not too dainty. I am too uneducated when it comes to politics. Okay. I always found it boring, and therefore I didn't pay attention beyond being able to pass through high school. Okay.
Yes, that last
I
part,
can admit it.
the boring part, being part of your nature, that's the best part of that
Right.
argument. I can't ignore that.
Oh,
Ouch.
Joe.
I didn't mean it as an insult.
I don't
I
have any empathy. Never mind.
didn't mean it as an insult. I thought maybe you, as a woman, and everybody just may find a thing boring, and I can't attribute that to a woman. That's just your nature specifically. But other women may not find it, and they should get into it and read and figure out who's telling the truth, because it's going to benefit motherfuckers if they do. They got to be able to talk to these lunatics, talk them up out of their lunacy.
Exactly.
my
Listen,
job
I
to
have no
save any
problem
lunatic?
using my common sense.
You do it every
to
day
look
at him, so you're the best at it.
I have no problem taking my common sense
I love
and
you,
looking
Joe.
at bills and things, or trying to understand what it is that they're trying to do. But I always followed my husband as far as, I followed him in that suit. Okay. I can, like I said, apply basic logic and say whether or not I like something or support something. However, ultimately, there's far more men in politics making those decisions than there are women.
We agree on that. Well, not the first part. because your man ain't always gonna be there. I still see the benefit of it. But if it's your nature, I can't argue anymore, right? Because it's my nature. I can't stand long-winded conversations and surface conversations. I don't know how to change that. That's my nature. I'm sure it's to my deficit in many ways.
I understand.
Another thing, this was brought up at 10th last night. We were talking about how there's actually, and this is to answer you, Shintai, as well. There's like a chunk of us that are like probably between the ages of like 35 to 45, where we were never really that educated when it came down to politics. Like in high school, our parents didn't talk about it much with us in the house. A lot of times our parents were like, go outside. I don't want to see you again until dinner time. You know, the hose is out there if you're thirsty. And
politics isn't that complicated. What I'm hearing is that Beth would feel more comfortable following a man's lead in this, just like Sarah would feel more comfortable with a boot on her face. Basically, all the women are saying, somebody take charge of us. And men are seems like men are sitting around going,
I won't be controlled.
Well, she won't let me take charge of her. Well, you're waiting for her to
Superman to come, but then they get mad when his eyes turn red.
Oh.
Right.
Starts flying around the earth, making it go backwards in its rotation. No, I mean,
Worst Superman movie ever.
No, I mean when he gets a red kryptonite and he turns evil, like after Lois got killed in the alternate timeline, and then he goes completely ballistic and here's world peace, but then goes a little too far, and then Superman has to come from another universe to come save this universe, and then the whole time the women are in the background going,
yeah, because if your eyes turn red and you took things too far, it's because you're out of control.
You're not regulated.
Because the Joker killed Lois Lane, and then he went ballistic. That's what I'm talking about.
That's another script. That's Batman. Joker wasn't Superman.
You're
I'm just telling you. No, I'm telling you. No, look it up. Look it up. It's a whole movie.
Lex Luthor, right?
That's
no,
a penguin.
No, the Joker killed Lois because he tricked.
How much pot did you smoke tonight, Tim?
No, just listen. So what I'm trying to say
I'm
is,
looking it up.
Just like I said earlier, that you teach your children not to allow people to bully them, but then when they make a mistake and they go too far, then you treat them like they're a monster.
No, I mean, why can't you control yourself? This is what I'm saying. You want to be allowed to lose control of yourself and act inappropriately to the situation. And I'm telling you,
if you never hit anybody ever before, how do you know how? But if you never hit anybody before, how do you know how hard to hit them?
If all of those people were regulated, they wouldn't be out in the streets whining like little bitches, blowing whistles and crying about people.
If the cop were regulated, he wouldn't need to hit a woman in the face and then execute the guy that was trying to protect her. Like, I don't know what's.
Are we there? Here we are. We brought it back around. Oh, sorry, Ahimsa.
So what?
She stepped in front of his truck so he couldn't move, right?
Wrong button. There we go. Hang on, guys.
And the Joker did kill Lois Lane, by the way.
Hang on a second. Exiled, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Beth. I just came to say that the wife said she was going to chill and relax and enjoy the rest of her day because this is supposed to be a stream about strong women, but we got a bunch of men up here crying about women like usual.
Hey, X, I feel a little guilty.
That wasn't her words. I'm like interpreting her words in my own way, probably completely wrong, but hey, it is me.
No, you got it accurate. At least some of them, at least one of them.
Which one of you guys have been crying about women? I didn't hear that.
One of us was
Ben has for sure.
One specific woman for sure, yes.
I jumped on your girl a little earlier today. I thought she was being long-winded. And I feel guilty about it, but I wasn't wrong.
Then I get to jump on you, Joe. See, this is why your relationships never last.
Let me tell you something else then. You want to say it's just one woman? You want to say it's just one woman? Let me tell you something real quick. I went to a job, and it was a party for one of the ladies that worked there, right? And then this other lady that I knew from a fast food restaurant, but she didn't remember I remembered her, asked me for a drive home. So
is
I
this
asked
story going to end with an example of another woman so that you could just say that it's not just one woman?
I asked one of the other girls that I knew to come with me, or else I wouldn't give this other girl a drive home, because I wasn't going to take any chances that she said anything might have happened. I needed a witness there with me. If that was a dude, I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Wait. What are you asking women advice for? Ain't you 51% woman, 10th man?
Yes.
He's more than that now. After today, he's up in the 70s.
Yeah, at least another 12%.
If we as women come on these panels to voice our own damn opinions, we should be able to handle the consequences of whatever criticism comes our way.
Oh no, Justin called me an asshole.
You guys doing well, but most
I don't
women,
have
this
any
is
empathy
panel.
for you. I'm sorry, Sarah.
This panel is not representative of most women. Most women, you go to their panels and they're talking about the dumbest, most I want to bang my head on the wall shit. They're using no critical thinking skills. And the conversations about stupid shit, in my opinion. However, this panel, some of you guys been really sharp on this panel, but I don't think that's normal.
My point is just that if your wife has the balls to come up and voice her opinion, why are you coming in behind her to enforce it? This isn't a physical altercation. She voiced an opinion. People disagreed with her. Why do you have?
I think you're getting way too far ahead of yourself. I got a message asking if she was coming back, and I was explaining the situation, lady.
Exiled's gonna reach over and knock her off her chair, Mrs. Balderson. Careful.
I like that he said lady.
Yeah, the whole thing. You're getting ahead of yourself, lady. I like the whole thing.
She is a lady.
Oh shit. So, what else can I add fuckery to?
Oh shoot. Do you agree, Sarah, that women, if say something weird, maybe I think it's weird, should not be allowed to vote? Is that something that you'd even consider? Women not being allowed to vote?
Repeal the 19th kind of talking.
Yeah,
bullshit.
man, we've decided that you guys are, for whatever reason, should not be allowed to vote. You're okay with that?
Well, listen, if you guys want to repeal the 19th, you go ahead, you try really hard and do it. But that's when we're going to marry all of you and then turn you into our little simps. And then we're going to tell you what to vote for, who to vote for, how to vote. And we're going to fucking woman make you whatever.
Pussies are powerful, but there's a lot of them to choose from.
Well,
You have a
different take. I almost think that one.
Whoa, I don't know her take. I think she said, yes, I'm okay with it. And,
No, that's
laughed
not
and
what I
joked,
said.
bit, not bitted it.
It's not what I said at all.
Okay, well, could you clarify for me?
I said you can try and repeal.
No. I heard what you said.
want.
I just didn't understand what you meant by
All
that.
what I'm saying is no, I don't think you should take away the woman's vote. I think it would be silly and stupid. But if you do try,
we have options.
Good
We're not
luck.
I got you.
This is where the what was that poison called?
Belladonna.
Belladonna. That's where that shit
Hemlock.
comes into play real fast.
So you think it's important
I'm kidding.
It's important to defend the right to waste your time at a booth that probably won't even get counted, but it's not important to be able to be on the sidewalk without dying. Gotcha.
So
I don't know. I think most important decisions made by men has been made behind some pillow talk with a woman anyway. So women have always had a voice. It just might not have been on the forefront.
I'm 0% surprised that that's your belief.
I could actually show many examples of ex-presidents and world leaders talking about conversations with their women that led them to certain decisions that were world-changing.
But that means they did the other 8,000 without them, though, right?
Women
I
have
think
a way.
there's a caveat to what you're saying, Exiled, and that's that whereas I think a lot of women may not necessarily convince them to make certain choices. A lot of
they get them thinking in different directions.
They do hear their woman's thoughts on things, and maybe might see things from a different angle that they didn't think of before or whatever.
If you got a wise woman, that's definitely going to happen.
I think when a man makes up his mind, there's no undoing that.
Right.
I don't think that's true. I think ultimately the pussy holds the power.
Yes,
I
it does.
disagree. I think that we can influence it, and I certainly think that we bring the humanity to the decisions. Men make those tough decisions, and we help them think about the repercussions that those decisions are going to have and how to mitigate those decisions or
by cutting us off, by cutting us off.
Say that again.
only work early on.
I said
Look,
by cutting us off.
If they want to play
I'm
that
not
game,
saying-
there's other vaginas in the world. That's a risky dice to roll there.
How Garen? Well, hold on.
Sometimes cutting a man off is his saving grace.
But men complain all the time how they don't get pussy and how it's a lonely male or men's male loneliness epidemic, and they can't even get a date and so on and so forth. Like, what is oh yeah, there's just more pussy out there. Y'all are complaining at the pussy that's coming out at you, flying and as fast as it possibly can, and you still can't get it.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's only like 20% of men. There's only about 20% of men that get choices and options in the dating pool anyway, and the other 80% have to take what the fuck they can get.
You always have the option of no. You always can say, my life would be more miserable with this woman than alone, and that is an option.
File first.
And then
also, if you just start jerking off in bed, it's awkward. She'll probably finish the job for you.
If she's a good woman, she will.
I don't want to see that. Good Lord.
Like, ooh, you rang.
So, but back to the question of voting, I really honestly think that not necessarily repealing women's right to vote, but having one vote per household, whoever that is, that's not a bad
I never even considered that. Or anybody.
Ooh, she's trying to create a civil war in the household.
Ah, good point. That's the first thing.
Wait. Whoever makes the most money? Like,
Well,
what would be your rule for which one gets to vote?
Well, I don't get to vote.
I don't necessarily know that I get to decide that. I think that's up to the household to figure that out. I mean, if
I see a problem.
I think she said a fight to the death for who gets to vote is what I just heard.
I see a problem in today's society.
Generally on about the same side on things. I mean, for the most part.
What difference does it make, though?
So everybody else in the household, they all got to contribute financially because it's so fucking hard out here. The one guy dominates, he get the vote, and the rest of them are full of hate because they don't get a say, and I still get taxed just as much as everybody else.
I want to point out that this discussion about the patriarchy has devolved into we should repeal the 19th, which I view as a complete failure of patriarchy. If you have the only way to get women in check is to start stripping them of their rights institutionally, you failed, bro.
Yeah, I don't think that true patriarchy really needs that crutch, right? There's always that confidence behind it where it's just, I think it comes naturally to a lot of men.
Like, I would think it would be the opposite. If you are actually a patriarch and you're actually leading, then you would want her to have a vote too, because she's going to follow your lead.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I always look at my wife as my second vote, right? So I get 2 votes every election.
Yes.
I mean, realistically, when does a couple have a split decision? I've never seen a couple.
When
maybe
they get
somebody
divorced.
has. No. I mean, I've never seen a couple that is politically split.
They got some famous couples like that. Famous Democratic husband, Republican wife, and vice versa. There are a bunch of them.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I mean, I've seen that in my own family, and they were totally fine.
Yeah, I wasn't presenting this as like the best way to go. I'm just saying if we're gonna repeal the 19th, perhaps that's the best work around than repealing the 19th.
You know, I mean, and I vary a little bit on this, right? I'm not totally against women voting. And Sarah and I talked about this a little bit because there's a lot of women that I've met in my life, not many, but enough that I trust their vote over a whole bunch of shit freaking idiot men that I'd rather have voting than these few women I met and these 24 men that I've met, right? And so ultimately, I think that voting actually, and especially Joe, you hit it on the head. In today's society, we've got so many single moms, so many single mothers, so many divorced women out there that and they're in charge of the finances, and maybe the man freaking bailed, they have to have some type of say in the system that they're in, right? You can't just like say, you know what, the men that left me, they're going to be in charge of my future, right?
It seemed like it would be.
Now, I don't agree that we got to this future. I think we need to roll back. But at the same time, I don't actually even agree. Let's just say we removed women. I don't even agree that all men should be voting. I don't think it should be all landlords. That was my debate with Sarah. Because now all of a sudden,
Vibe, can I back you up a little bit? You said, I don't think that, I don't totally believe women shouldn't be given the right to vote. So I hear partially you think women should not be given the right to vote. Am I hearing that correctly?
No. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think everybody actually has the aptitude to actually be making good decisions.
All right.
And
you're not distinguishing between women.
Men
also, some men also should not have the right. You're not making a distinction between women. That's what I was wondering.
Women substitute some of the men's votes out there, because I've met smarter women than some of these men out there.
100%.
Right. So, so my solution.
Wait. We sitting on Sarah right now, giving her a hard time, but she's brighter than most niggas that grace these panels, right?
Yeah, but it is when she fails, that failure is catastrophic.
Either, right? I mean, I think Sarah and I are actually aligned here. We just argued on like who that group should be and how do we do that group. I actually don't know. I don't have the answer to that, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is how the voting structure needs to work. But I believe that we end up with so many bad political decisions because the majority of people that vote don't actually have the aptitude to make a right decision.
Which vote not for feelings and emotions.
The outcome of the people that do actually have a smart insight into how this is going to lead our country forward.
You see the slippery slope there, though, I'm sure.
I can, but and I've got some solutions, but this is a patriarchy thing, so I'm not going to go to the voting thing here. But I mean, that's kind of my view on the voting thing.
I still would run in the realm of property ownership or having some kind of
skin in the game. Skin in the game. Yeah.
Yes, property ownership, kids, things like that. Well, I think property ownership plus kids I would probably be okay with that. But
kids is skin in the game because everybody's so big on you need to help the population. Having kids is skin in the game in America.
Think about some of those. Think about some of the people who have kids. I mean, anybody can go out and pump one in. It doesn't mean they're fiscally responsible. Doesn't mean they have skin in the game. Doesn't mean they even give a fuck. Some of them. And I'm not shitting on anyone who is, but some people have kids and they're on welfare or they're just burdens of the state, they don't have skin in the game. They are just at that point, parasitic. So it's
the small hats. You probably saw the same documentary I saw a couple of days ago on YouTube where the small hats, they went to community, all of them having all of these kids, none of them work, they're getting all money from the system and shit. It was great.
Now, I came from a split house there.
James in the chat says service
I ain't doing my small hat business right.
I came from a split vote house. We always voted separately as far as party until just a couple of years ago. And I got married in 81, and it took me 40 some odd years to convert her.
Oh, it worked. I'll be right back. I just got to refill my coffee.
Are you crazy, Chuck? You convert her now to vote this lunatic in office? You couldn't have got that off your chest back in Clinton Obama days.
You got the golden Bible too.
Wow.
How many problems did that create between the two of you?
None.
Probably made it go smooth.
Good.
We didn't. That's one thing we didn't argue about.
Didn't even talk about it, I take it?
Yeah, we talked about it, but we didn't argue about it. Each person felt one particular way. She was raised in a household of dumbass Democrats, and she was just taught to do as her family did. So that was her thinking, and I wasn't going to argue with her. I just tried to go through the issues of the time, whatever year or whatever election it was, and I sat out and just try to give my viewpoint and listen to her viewpoint. We did our thing. I didn't push her to vote one way or the other, and she didn't push me.
Chuck, do instances come up where you talk to her parents about politics? Somebody else was going through this the other day, was telling me about it. And they were saying it was awkward when they get around their family because of the different political views. Is that a thing that happened with you?
No, we didn't have that. They died pretty quickly after we got married. Her parents did. So I never got
Damn,
the
Chuck.
chance.
Did you kill them?
Gonna say that's
Yeah, that was my
impact.
question.
Hey, one will never tell.
Were they wealthy?
I wish, Joe. No, they were poor.
That was the beginning of converting her, wasn't it, Chuck?
It was all in the plan.
It was
It
easy
also
after
relieved
that.
his financial burden of the poor in-laws.
Yeah, trust the plan. But no, it never created no problems. Now, there was a good friend of mine. We couldn't discuss politics. He was a diehard, in the blue, staunch Democrat.
Yeah.
And he couldn't discuss anything without getting as red
Yelling.
in the face as you, and screaming. And I found out, I said, look, there's one thing we got to agree on. We will not discuss politics anymore, because all this does is you're unwilling to even discuss the issues.
Right. You're right. It's all emotional shit and won't follow logic.
Yeah.
Can't follow logic because they're so emotional. And shit.
Well, the more you talk to a lot of these people, they don't even fucking know anything about politics. They're just basing it off what the generation before them was voting for.
No, I would that too. Okay, I can't discount that, but most of it going off nowadays of what they heard, what people have told them. No one looks into anything for themselves. If they watch a news program and say 800 Somalis, came in and robbed a bank, they just repeat it, and that's what they do. You don't think that's going on now?
No. I'm saying that's not what we do. We always research.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, even before then, if you're going off just tradition of how your family voted, you're still not doing your own research for yourself, are you?
Agree.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just,
I mean, I think the common individual that's observant, if you watch long enough, you realize the Democrats pass what the Republicans want, the Republicans pass what the Democrats want. It's one coin, two sides. Regardless, you're fucking doing their bid and voting for either side. But if you don't vote for either side, they got it set up where they can vote for themselves. So it doesn't matter.
Yep.
I mean, I really thought we had a chance with Ross Perot at the time, the first time, not
We
the second
probably
time.
did, because they changed a lot of rules. You see, ain't no new independent billionaire types been trying it no more. He probably did make a difference. He scared them at least.
I remember Ross Perot. My mom was actually on the local campaign for him, and I think I was like in 5th grade. I had a Ross Perot.
Wow, that's all to your mom, man. Not that it was smart, but she wanted to make a difference. She saw something.
But he did affect the election. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking maybe it was part of the plan. Kill two birds with one stone.
Let me ask you this. Do women need men, and do men need women in a particular way in order to go about their merry day, survive, thrive? And I mean it by way of can you own your own house?
Watch it, Mike. Somebody hissing or something.
Make your own money? Can you do your own thing? Can you do all of that without the opposite sex?
You can survive. You can survive, but I think in order for us to function as well-oiled machines, we need both. But both of us can survive, not, thrive in a way, nature and the best of our abilities. We need that shit.
Survive and thrive.
I mean, earlier we were discussing earlier how we have all these divorced and single mothers now that are doing just fine because they became engineers or they went to school and they got proper education and whatnot. So it kind of contradicts what we were talking about earlier, not you specifically, Joe, but
it's not.
I'm in a situation where I actually do need my husband to survive because we live in an environment that is harsh, and it's beyond my 50-year-old woman abilities to do those things myself. I absolutely need my husband for my quality of life to stay the same. I don't think that it is necessary to have a partner of whichever sex. Both sexes or genders or whatever the hell you want to call it have equal abilities to survive. I just think that it's an enhancement. Ideally, it should make your life better. It should make your life easier overall. We're meant to be partners and teammates. We're not meant to be constantly opposing each other.
Who's asking, who's knocking at the door?
Knock, knock.
Oh, if you need a spot.
Put it in the chat.
And I personally think
I'm not
that
sure who's knocking.
the whole idea that we built a society where that if there is a woman who doesn't want to get married, who wants to be a rocket scientist, she can, and she's allowed.
I'm gonna drop for a minute, Beth. I gotta do some shit anyway.
Not as
All right,
Alright,
X.
thanks.
But I don't think we
Whoever was
need to
knocking, try
educate
again.
all the kids out there that is all of their, that's everything they all have to do, right?
You may
Like,
have to start that from the
everything
beginning,
has to-
Vibe. You may have to start that over from the beginning. It was
Sorry.
Yeah, I missed part of it.
Very sorry. Housekeeping.
Sorry
Go
about
ahead,
that.
Hyde. Start over. Sorry.
Well, he
I
basically
actually
was
like that we
saying
move
that-
into a society
yeah.
where if there's a woman who wants to be the next Elon Musk, we've given her that environment, and I think she should always have that environment. And she doesn't necessarily have to need a man. Maybe she wants to get married later. Maybe she wants to be the dominant one. Maybe she wants to be the top of the patriarch. I think it's great that we've given those women that capability and that possibility, because it wasn't that easy for them not that long ago, right?
We agree.
I actually do support that. But what I don't support is telling all women that they're supposed to be, because I think that's brainwashing women outside of going back to the beginning of this discussion, what the natural nature is. We almost shame women now for wanting to be mothers. We shame women for wanting to be
Very
a
true.
mom. I've heard it so many times. Somebody's at home, she talks to other mothers, and they're like, "You don't have a job?" They're like, "You're not a real woman then. Like, where's your empowerment?" And I'm not saying, because I'm a man, so I don't actually have the perspective, but from my 54 years of life and having female friends and seeing the effects of this experiment that happened, to me, it looks like it has failed.
Well, I think instead of recognizing the concept of like feminism, right? Feminists are their own worst enemy, right? So they sit there and say, "Oh, women should have options. They should be able to do whatever they want. They should be able to choose and pick and whether they want to do this or do that and do this." But then when a woman says, "I choose to be a mother and be a wife," feminists shit all over that. And that's the fucked up part, because she chose that route. There's nothing wrong with that route. Nothing. And this is where they went wrong. You can choose, but you have to choose to be free away from a man. It's like, well, that's not what everybody wants, though. Some of us are okay with
1% of the females fought for what they wanted and they felt oppressed for. And once they got it, they said, "All right, I wanted this. Now the rest of you have to follow my lead."
Mm-hmm.
And everybody got mad when the women didn't follow that, or are actually following that, and it's not working.
Right. And you know, and I think sitting there telling a young girl, whether she's 13, 18, 25, whatever, what she should be doing instead of what she wants to be doing is the most tarded thing I think I've ever heard, especially from a feminist. It's like, well, wait a minute. You want me to do whatever I want, but then you're telling me, well, you should go and do this. You should go and travel. You should go get a big girl job. You should pursue your career. You should do, I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. Fuck off.
Yep.
That's kind of the
Did she cut out, or is it me?
Yeah,
she cut out.
Yeah, she cut out.
Good job, Ahimsa.
I know my wife. We got married. I always gave her the.
Hold on, Chuck. She's still coming through.
Try again, Ahimsa. You cut out real bad, and then you were robot-y. Ahimsa, nobody can hear you.
It's going in and
Did I
out,
drop?
or is it me?
That's what she said.
Oh shit!
We can hear you laughing now, but we couldn't hear
Okay,
you
can you hear
talking.
me?
Yes.
Can
We
you hear me
can
now?
now.
Okay. I was saying that's kind of the social structure girls learn early on. Like we were talking earlier, how boys will punch each other and they learn those rules in the playground, and girls will ostracize other girls if you don't conform. That goes even into adulthood. So, say like a woman wants to have like 5 kids, there's other women that will shun that. Your choice shouldn't be that. You should with that 3rd kid or 4th kid, you should have the option of going to Planned Parenthood or something. And if you don't choose that, then you're shunned. Those are the coercive ways of control I see that is more of a feminine model of power than necessarily masculine. But that's all over our society now, is coercive control.
Forced doctor.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. So, I mean, I don't agree with it, but
Well, here's the thing: is it comes down. Thank you, Agrilipolis. Good to see you in the chat, homie. The idea of force doctrine almost becomes silly when you have a man who's actually leading you properly, right? Because it's like a different vibe to the entire thing. It's not that he doesn't have to force you to. There's a level of respect, which I would absolutely call it submission, which I see as a very special kind of respect, and not this idea of just giving up your total personhood.
Butthole.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I get resentful when I see things where people are talking about how oppressive being a stay-at-home wife and mother is.
Right.
It irritates the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Not degrading for me to raise children. It's not degrading me to serve my husband and treat him like the wonderful man that he is, that provides well for me. None of that is degrading. It's an honor for me. It is the privilege of my lifetime. And I don't understand putting that on other women, that is the most, I don't know, life-ending decision that you can make, and to belittle that. I don't know. I'm a hopeless romantic, I guess, and I wish that everybody could find their perfect mate, that they felt that way towards each other, that they could find that harmony and that balance between the masculine and the feminine, and allow.
Well, you already got Ben, so I'm screwed.
I know when we got married, I told her that she could work if she wanted to. If she didn't want to work, she didn't have to. And that's how we always approached it. But as life went on, I just didn't mandate how it was going to be. We would sit down and go through things logically, and I would give my solution, she would give her solution, and then she would say, your solution's better, go for it. And that's basically how it worked for us. And it blows my mind that the issues that people have today as couples, that they can't work together instead of fighting against each other.
Joe, can I get a wave? And Obstacles, welcome to the panel.
I can kind of talk from both ends of that experience. When I got married to my first husband, I was more of a feminist. I had way less tie to the way the world worked, to the differences between men and women. And I chose a man who was not going to be a strong leader, because I thought that it was way more important that my voice was heard. And then I resented him for not being a strong leader. That was on me. That was my immaturity. That it was a horrible, toxic trait. Yeah,
I can see that.
And when I chose Ben, or he chose me, or however the hell that worked, I'm sure I put him through a shit test or two, because I wanted to see if he was going to stand up to me, because I always wanted somebody that was going to stand up to me and tell me when I was wrong, when I was being emotional, being irrational. I needed that, and I didn't get it because I had an equally emotional, irrational husband. And 2 emotional, irrational people in the same household is a toxic recipe, not a recipe for a loving, happy house.
Yep, I agree.
I want to give an example of this. I mean, hi again. Excuse
Hi,
me.
Lindsay.
Hello.
Violence.
An example of this, and we keep trying to like say, well, we can trace back to the primitive days, more primitive days, as to why there's a male hegemony, male patriarchy, whatever, and because the women needed protection for their babies, and the men needed to get out food and the hunting, gathering kind of thing. But I think one point we're missing is that we have a huge gap between that kind of theory and the modern day theory that women are maybe not egalitarian, but they can actually be dependent and survive on their own, that they don't quote unquote need a man. There is a huge chasm between those two, and we have nothing to put them together, and empty places where we don't understand why we feel the way we feel. And to exemplify that, I'm going to give a solid example. I had a boyfriend. I walked out of CVS. He was with me, and I put my medicine in my purse and hung it over my shoulder. And there was this big dude looking like a homeless guy. He tried to take my purse off my shoulder. My boyfriend saw the whole thing. And I said, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you tell me to move over here? I was expecting there would be some kind of fight or something. Now, this wasn't me thinking about male, female roles or anything
Right.
like that. This was just a huge guy, and he was trying to commandeer my purse. Not cool. But I thought differently of that boyfriend after that, because
Fuck yeah, he just stood there and watched that happen.
What was his
Yeah.
response?
he didn't do anything. He said, well, I was waiting for it to escalate, and I had a knife in my sock just in case.
He was going to cut you.
But
I mean, this is to the point. You said I wasn't thinking male or female.
Right.
I was thinking I need to be protected, which is actually a natural male female nature.
And it was
somehow your boyfriend was unbred out of his own nature.
Yeah, it made me think the whole feminine masculine thing that we were talking about, how women like their men to be masculine and protective, and not necessarily really emotive, but emotional to an extent, but just the more stoic than emotional. We expect certain things, and I can't explain whether they come from primal instincts or not, or whether they're social constructs, but it really is there. It is real, and it makes a difference.
I think it's social.
I would like to add to it a little
I think
bit.
it is too.
Shout outs to Beth, and shout outs to the panel, and shout outs to Miss Boulderson. Did I say it right? And what she was just talking about earlier, what she wanted. Okay, there we go. What she wanted in a partner changed as she changed her mentality, right? So she was seeking a partner that reflected the quote unquote what we call the modern relationship dynamics. And later on, she acknowledged, like, well, that's not a fit for me at this point in my life. I want X type of man. And she was able to redirect and get that type of man. What I would say is, though, when we look at like history and all this, and look, I think women have always been sustainable, have always been a crucial part of survival. It's never been a situation where women did not do anything. It's called hunter-gatherers, meaning women gathered fruits, berries. We also needed vegetables, and men gathered also meat. Both are provision. We both needed each other. The world, we've always struggled. So we've always worked together in order to survive. If you look at most developing countries, they still lean in heavy into relationships and family because they don't have industries, they don't have jobs. They have to lean into their familial ties in order to survive and thrive. And so that's the difference with developed countries. If you go to Japan, Korea, the genders are separated. People can survive on their own. They don't need the rest because of these systems or institutions that are actually providing opportunity for them. So I think when we have these conversations, it's much about the development and the evolution of society that changes our relationship and dynamics with each other. So at the end of the day, we start looking at each other different and not leaning on family the same way, on relationships the same way. And we're trying to deal with that in a new world that looks highly different than agrarian societies and hunter-gatherer society.
It's not a natural. Go ahead. I already said.
No, go ahead.
Real quick, I'm gonna break
ahead,
in. I see you, Bandit. Anybody know who Bandit is?
Yeah, Bandit. Bandit's he should have just double check and voice, make sure it's him. He should have a little raccoon avatar, probably.
Yep, Little Raccoon Avatar. I got him to came up real quick, but here
Pink
you can
Bandit.
double verify. Go ahead, Bandit. Say hi.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
Hi, Bandit.
Hey, what's going
Okie
on?
dokie. No offense, but we gotta be extra careful.
No, I get you, and no offense. That's why I don't really show my face because, you know, the way the internet.
It's okay. It's okay.
But the whole thing is what everybody's getting at is, I think we're at a time in history where men don't understand what being a man is, and women don't understand what being a woman is because they're not shown what a healthy relationship is, because most relationships end in divorce. So you don't get you get what everybody wants what a relationship should be, but don't actually see what a relationship would be. They don't see the compromise. They don't see.
I agree with that.
What
I
comes
do, and
to
I
make
think
that.
we need to do a better job with our own children
Mhm.
of raising them with good values, of teaching them reality. If you're let your boy be a boy, let your girl be a girl, but then also be real with them about what the opposite sex is like. They aren't the same. If you expect a man to behave the same way you do, you're not going to like that later. If you expect a woman to behave the same way you do, you're not going to like that later either.
Yeah.
And you also got to set the standards for self-esteem, right? That way they're not tolerating with bullshit that they should not be tolerating.
But I also
and I love what you guys are saying right now, by the way. As a parent, I do agree 100% with what
Sorry,
you just
Bandit.
said. But we are dealing as parents for the first time out of any other parents with the most amount of pushback on that type of parenting.
Yes.
Right? We've got social media going against us. We've got the left all saying that if I say you're a boy, go play in the mud, climb a tree, do this, that I'm going to be told that I'm a bad parent. There was a mother that actually said
Who gives a shit?
that her kid
gives
walked
a shit?
down to the
Exactly.
park one block away and Child Protective Services was called on her. It's like unheard of.
Well, I just
Stop
want to say this
being
one
the
more
nice
point.
Christian and tell them to go to hell.
Yep.
Beat
One more
their
thing I want
asses.
to add to
Beat
that.
their asses vibe.
Go ahead, Bandit. Sorry.
That's fine. I know there's a lot of people on the channel. I just want to say we also realize that we don't know how to treat the other sex. I think that's the more important issue that we don't talk about. Like, I know what I want in a wife, but what should I do with a wife? That discussion's not being talked about. Like, I think it's for both sexes. I think we know what we demand, but we don't know what we need to serve, and that part is the thing that's lost.
Well, both sides are getting a dirty name now, right? Like patriarchy is like seen as like, oh, those horrible controlling men, and and women are, just out for the looks or the money or total feminists or whatever. So I think both sides get demonized pretty heavily.
That's what I'm talking about with that chasm in the middle. That there is no middle footing and middle understanding. With the modern day feminists, you have some of them, like fifth wave or fourth wave or whatever the newest is, being diametrically opposed to what is natural. And then the fact that women had more rights and they could make the money seems to have confused men and feminists alike. Feminists who say, okay, we no longer need men, fuck them. We'll be celibate and we can rule the world or whatever. Well, that's not a middle side either. So what is the middle? What is acceptable?
Well, the problem
what is wrong too about a male patriarchy? And also, I wanted to hear more people's. I'll sum this up. I was really, really interested in the idea of submitting, because I think that's a fascinating concept and how it means something so different to other people, and why it would be okay to submit to your husband or your boyfriend, but I don't think it's okay to submit to someone else.
I did a whole stream on submission in this aspect. As a couple,
why should I submit to men? Period. Tell me.
That would make you a slave.
No. So that's the thing is, again,
yeah, that's true.
Real true submission is being put in a very bad light. That it's not giving up everything about you. It's not giving up your say on things. It's literally like the most intimate form of respect that you can have.
I think that's
specifically for your spouse.
What
The
does the
problem
Urban
is
I
it's
have
not
Dictionary
proven
say
to
the
you
definition is?
But not
that
for another
my
man.
morals, my ability to stand up to you when somebody tries to rob your purse at CVS, that where you want to go in life and the type of children you want to have and the lifestyle that you want, I have proven to you that I'm going to give that to you. Then your submission is saying you succeeded on being the man that I want to be with. That is, the submission is not I will do whatever you say. It's that you've proven to me that what you say I believe in.
All
One
this
thing
stuff
I'm
should be
confused.
visceral and automatic. It's not a conscious decision. Like you don't decide to in the moment. Maybe you do, but your brain catches up to your muscle memory or something, right? Like I just
And I'll give you that.
I think if women have to sit there and make a risk reward analysis on a dude, she's already lost.
Right.
But
but
we're
I
also
think
being taught different standards for men now, right? So now the
I don't
standards
think so.
taught for women of men is they have to be sensitive. They have to be the
They're
shoulder to
different
be
talking points
on for everything.
They're
Question.
different talking points, but even the most blue-haired liberals want to fuck a dude.
Yeah.
Unless
But
they're
the
into
thing is,
girls.
Look at my
I got a
trans
question.
chicken.
I don't know,
real
because then
quick,
you have the 4B movement, which was weird. Then you
Yeah,
have
that's
a
straight.
lot of women, like you have a lot of women trying to say they're like asexual,
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff out there where they're just not having sex at all, which just say you're
Mhm.
celibate. It's not that fucking hard. It's a weird world between men and women sexually now, because and then I feel bad for the men, because you guys could get on a dating app, think you're talking to a woman the whole time, turns out like Christine's
Hey.
prior name was Christian. Like, I don't know. You
And
know,
she's a woman now.
Yep.
Respect
Plot
that,
twist.
Sarah.
if I was a dude,
Thanks
I'd
for
be
having me, Beth. I
afraid.
gotta run.
Thanks for coming. Love you, homegirl.
Take care.
If I was a dude, I'd be afraid to enter the dating space anymore. I'd be
No
very
shit.
fearful, because you just don't know what's going on. You don't know what you're getting into. And it's like I don't even think
If you're
men
not,
and women want to. Go ahead.
if you're scared, if you're a man and you're scared of the dating market, then you don't really deserve to. Like this role ain't for you.
Not scared of the dating market. I'm saying afraid of you're going to go out with what you believe is supposed to be a girl on a first date, and it's not a girl.
well,
There's
that's
nothing to be afraid of there. If you once you see those hands in the Adam's apple, you walk the fuck off. You don't
I
even
don't
like.
know. Some
Look
of
at
them are
Sarah.
pretty.
She got you fooled.
They're
All
they're
you-
really
all you-
intuition.
The only thing you're risking, the only thing you're risking is a wasted car drive.
Another man.
Yeah, it's pride.
199.99% of the time, a man knows when he's talking to a man. There are some very rare occasions, and you'll figure it out quick. When
Well, yeah. Well, you reach down there and he's got a gear shift too.
When you're sucking a cock, you'll go, oh wait.
Oh shit.
I have a question
Well,
for
Because
I
of
would
the
say it's not.
surgeries, though. Like, there's surgeries now, and some of them, their faces, like, because they're small framed men, so they pull it. Like, I've had somebody have to tell me, like, no, that's a dude, and I'm like, how?
You look
Yeah.
at the
Like,
shoulder.
Yep.
You can't
They
hide the
look
But
shoulder.
Sarah,
better than a
there's a
girl.
difference. There's a difference over here. You know, I live in Thailand, and they have
Mhm.
that, but they're very up and honest about it. They're like, "I'm a lady boy." They don't say "I'm a lady" and then try to call you like, I hate you. You hate trans because you don't want to date them. They say, "I'm a lady boy. Do you know that?" And so they provide disclosure at
Mhm.
100% of the time, so they don't have to get. In the West, though, it's no. I'm a woman, and if you don't like me, then you're some part of some hate group, some MAGA group, or something like that, right? And so those are the two. And there's a spectrum of what people are deciding to do on that type of, I guess you could say,
Mhm.
activity, that sexual activity.
But I would say also,
I
and I agree with you 100% on that. But from what Sarah's saying, when you're looking at pictures, people have sent me pictures. Is this a man or a girl? I would say, oh, that's a man. I've been to Asia, and I mean, I think Sarah knows too. I also live in Asia as well. So I've been to multiple countries there where you have the lady boys and things like that, where a picture of them would fool all of us as a woman. But when you see them walking down the street, a man knows that's a man 99.9% of the time. Now, I will say there is a 0.01% chance I might not recognize it. There might be that, but then Chuck said it. If they have a stick shift, you're going to find that out pretty fast too.
But it's
a
not
new
even
meaning
that
to
real
tuck
quick.
and roll.
It's the fact that these people are playing with fire, because what's going to happen is you're rolling the dice every time you do this. You're eventually going to find someone that's going to not put up with that, and you're going to get buried. I'm just being realistic here. Like, you play the dice,
I've seen it.
Stuff's going to happen, and
I've seen it happen.
And that's the whole thing. Is like, if just be honest. If that's the way you roll, that's the way you roll. Like, you're trying to surprise someone that you like, hoping that they're going to accept you for who you are without being honest. If a girl even put up with that, like if I met a girl and she was just completely opposite what she's telling me, it's not worth it. You're done. You're snipped. It's the same thing. You're lying to me to even get to go on a date is pathetic to begin with, because eventually I'm going to find out I'm not going to want you. It goes both ways.
I don't really think it's a ballot thing to even really talk about, in the sense that we've got XY and we've got XY, and we have some variance, right? But it's such a minute area out there. Now, the men that are doing that, there's like, most of them go to a club where if a man's going to a man with women, they know they're going to that club. 99% of them do that. They go to where they know they're going to be accepted. 0.1% of them out there are trying to fool the population. I don't really think that's a part of this discussion. I don't think it actually fits. We could talk about it.
This isn't a big enough risk for anybody to worry about.
Yeah. Well, and I was going to say, if we just started talking about dating in terms of an interview, and not like I'm trying to impress somebody, but instead I'm trying to decide if this is a match or not. I think so many people go into dating because they have this made up image of who they think this person is, rather than actually getting to the nuts and bolts of it right away and deciding, you know what?
Yep.
That was funny unintentionally.
What?
But
I missed it.
That was funny.
Little pen there.
Whether or not your values match right off the bat. Stop hiding who you are and trying to impress a person. See if they impress you.
That's
in
like
fact, try not to impress them so that you don't disappoint them later. All you can do is improve. Set low expectations.
I lead with my faults if I'm like interested in somebody like that. I'm like, listen, I don't care if it even sounds bad. I'd rather you know the bad stuff up front. That way I'm not wasting your time or mine.
I mean, you both, Dusty and you, just nailed it, right? And I mean, Dusty said set low expectations. Well, if this is who you are, maybe that person, that is high expectations for them, and they're like, that's a perfect match, right? You didn't set a high expectation. You set actually who you are. Like you said, tell everything so they don't find it out later. Be honest, be truthful. Maybe you'll actually find a bond from that, because you'll find that both of you went through that experience.
Well, most of these guys ain't looking for a bond anymore.
Jesus, dog.
They're just looking for a slam bam, thank you, ma'am type thing, you know.
Well, we got to get rid of that, right? The red pill. What was the pickup artist? The pickup artist.
Oh Lord,
remember that guy?
Yep, Andrew Tate.
No,
before Andrew Tate. This was like some geeky guy that figured out if he did some piercings, came up to women with attitude, and he was basically, it's kind of the start of the new patriarchy, the red pill, like treat women like shit and they'll respect you.
Oh, I've seen that in action.
The red pill.
Yeah, but you're talking right now, like you're talking about something that's not real. People don't do that. You can dream up how it should be and lead with your insecurities, but that's just not how the sexual marketplace goes. It's really not attractive to lead with insecurities. So just telling people to do that, I know it sounds nice to you in your heart, but it's the worst strategy. If that be the case, I'll sell real estate and be like, yeah, I got a hole in my roof and the foundation is effed. Do you still want to buy it? No, people kind of.
It's not the same because real estate sale is a transaction. It's not establishing a long-term relationship. The other thing is,
which is also a transaction.
You don't have a fiduciary duty in a relationship. You do in real estate.
But the people nowadays go into expecting a fiduciary.
Hang on.
And also, I'm just so impressive that if I lead with my worst characteristics, they're still like the best.
Oh Lord.
It
It's
should
not
just
gonna
be
work, but that's cool.
talk about what
Look,
you
this is
value, what you want to do with kids. If you want to have kids, what religion are you? The best
sure.
thing you should do is ask scenarios on a date. Like, okay, and you'll learn more about somebody with how they handle themselves, or just watching how they handle the wait staff. Like, it's more observation than anything else. Like,
When I say
if I went on a date on somebody and I started screaming at the waitress because she gave me 3 bagels instead of 2, what the hell is that going to make you think of me? Do you know what I mean, like, this isn't rocket science. I think we're just expecting too much on both sides when we fail to allow someone else a chance. Then we just care about superficial shit, and that's what kills most relationships. It's superficial stuff and compatibility.
when I say I'm leading off with like my flaws and shit, I'm not saying, look, you got to reach a certain point with somebody where it's like, okay, maybe we've been on 1 or 2 dates and we want to progress this to where we're going to see each other on a regular basis. This is the point in time when it's like, okay, the dirty shit needs to get put on the table before you fucking invest any more time into trying to build something with me. It's not a matter of, hi, nice to meet you, here's my biggest fucking problems. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't know if I phrased it well. I wasn't talking about leading with the dirt either. I was talking about like not trying to like don't lead with your wallet. Don't lead like when I got divorced. If I was going someplace where I thought there would be women, I would take off my watch, right? I would just sort of down dress and things like that, just to
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The rephrasing of Beth and what you just said, Dusty. The only thing I was trying to alleviate also is that it depends what people are looking for in a sexual marketplace when they're engaged in it. Some people are not looking for a long-term relationship. Some people are looking for short-term. I know you say that we have to stop it, but that exists since the beginning of human history. So net, a person just needs to know what they want and then how to actually go into the marketplace. And I think have a more transactional deal or no deal type of relationship with the marketplace. I'm not mad if Beth says, I want a guy who is more submissive to me. I'm not going to be like, you're a bad feminist and I hate your guts. I'm be like, okay, I'm not the guy for you.
Stomp on me, mommy.
You're going to go find out the deal with some other person, right? And that's completely fine. If you have that mindset, you won't take it personal. Your match not for you is not a match for you. I've always had great matches in my life because I never liked a girl who never didn't like me. I never try to chase a girl. If she does not like me, then that's okay. I wouldn't want to be with somebody who doesn't. I got to convince you to like me. That's not a good start to start off with. I want girls who are like, I'm infatuated with you. And then we go from there.
But see, that gets dangerous too, because you get a lot of women who will start putting out thinking that the sex can lead to something, lead to that relationship that they're looking for, when in all actuality, no, this is just a hookup to him. And he never has any intention of it ever going beyond that because he doesn't want a relationship.
And love bombing
comes in?
Yeah, in both directions too. Yeah, that is true.
Love bombing is like part of like psychopathy behavior. Like love bombing to trap someone so you can manipulate. You gotta look at that too.
Can we talk about the rhetoric of simping and how that is seen and how it's looked at as like you're a super puss wuss guy? If you tell a woman, hey, I think you're cool, I think you're smart, or I think you're pretty, or anything like that, how come that's necessarily a bad thing? How come if you're a dominant male, it's you get labeled with this label of simp?
Well,
there's extremes to it.
Simping. Like, to me, simping goes beyond. It's like being a doormat for somebody just for the attention, for the hope at accolades, the recognition. Simping, I don't think, is just giving a woman a compliment. I like compliments. I don't know any woman who doesn't like compliments. It's when there's something more beyond it. You're trying to be the nice guy for kudos on the back end of that.
Yeah, it's basically tit for tat. I'm trying. It's transactional. I'm going to be overly nice to get in your pants. I mean, what's the mating strategy? What is it called? Sneaky fuck? Like that's no, that I'm dead serious.
Sneaky fucker, yeah.
Sneaky fuck, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
sneaky fucker.
that's
sincere.
the scientific term for it. It's a dating strategy, and the thing is, it only works.
So is being nice to people. So is asking questions a certain way. So is posing a question a certain way. So is saying one word instead of the other. It can all be seen as a form of manipulation. Why can't you be seen as an authentic, alpha male or authentic masculine male, however you want to put it? If you give a woman a compliment, how come all of a sudden it means you just want in her pants, you're totally insincere, and you're a wimpy dick? Why?
Why?
The same way, I think it's almost the same way where women call other women helpmates, right? And it's even against women's strategies. Sometimes, like, I'll walk out with my shirt off, just out, exercising. And there's girls specifically like, don't give him a compliment. You think you look good? So sometimes people just do that, men and women, that just seek not to give another person a compliment because they believe it puts them in a, I guess you could say, submissive or inferior position. And so they won't just give them a compliment. So that happens, even as you said, with men and women. It goes both ways.
Look what we do to boys. We tell them they can't have their emotions. Go cry somewhere else. If you're going to cry, go in your room. You're a boy. You're not supposed to cry. But we cradle the girls and say, oh, it's okay. And you can cry. Come to mom. And then we hold all these double standards too, where we're telling the man, hey, if you're sincere and you want to give a girl a compliment on her brains, looks, anything else, or her whatever accolades, you are necessarily inauthentic little puss.
It's because it's shame tactics on both ends. You're going to get, if in a group scenario, if a guy comes up to you, he's already 1 verse 3. Okay, he comes in and gives you a compliment. Who has your back? Your friends are actually not having your back because they're robbing you of that potential relationship because they're using shame. Now the other flip side is if a girl comes up to a guy and does it, and then his friends go and start shaming the girl, it's the same thing. It's because they're trying to get in your that's what it comes down to. It's just,
is the world trying to get in your pants or what?
No, I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm
trying to get in your pants, Linzilla.
Did I hear you right in basically just saying that men call each other simps? Like from what I've seen, if you see a lot of panels, people in the chats will, especially let's say for Sarah will have a whole bunch of dudes in the chat who do something that may or may not be a simp behavior, and the rest of the chat will jump on him and call him a simp. A lot of those guys just wish they had beat that dude to the simp.
Exactly.
They're just calling out their own behavior a lot of times. I don't know.
It's one of those.
You're right.
If I can't have you, no one can have you. That's the mentality.
Yeah. And
I just call it mate garden. It's called mate garden, dirty macking. It's all these different types of things. Like,
that's too bad.
Well, we do have to realize this. We are in the blood sport area, and we're on the panel verse. And I did simp for the Raging Tomato tonight, and Miss Balderson as well. And I guarantee you, if I actually go back and read the chat, somebody's gonna be like, "Why is he simping for them?" But there is a difference between simping. Like, I have a wife. Like, I'm not actually like trying to like.
You're just being nice so you get some of that pussy.
Simping is when you're actually just being a freaking pussy to get pussy, right? It's just like the dumbest ass shit. And I mean,
so you're not even allowed to give women a compliment because you're married.
When panelists or the chat calls somebody like me a simp because I say, hey, my wife is motivated, even though I still am the leader of this family, they'll just be like, simp. There's two different simps.
Yeah.
There's the real simp and there's the blood sport debate simp.
How many?
There's always going to be
that blood sport debate arena are calling you a simp with no woman at their own side.
Oh,
yes.
I'm sure
That's what I was going. There's a lot of there will always be dudes who, are crabs in a bucket, and so I think to some extent it's just like, who cares, right? Like,
right?
Yeah, I mean, at some level, who cares what other people think? Like, are we adults or are we children at this point?
Apparently not.
Somebody actually pointed this out earlier on the channel that you can't let other people direct your thinking, right? Doesn't matter what they say. If you let them control you, if you get upset by what they say, you're letting that person control you. You can't let people do that.
I mean, what's I mean, if I get donations, right? People call them simps, just because I'm a woman. And then if you throw that logic back, it's like, well, then you're simping for a man too. But they don't want to recognize that, right?
But there'll be a different. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I
was gonna say, like, people will attack donors. People who don't like you will attack your donors, and it doesn't matter if you're a man or woman. It's just the flavor of the attack looks different. But everybody who donates to me catches lots of flack in public. You know, like they're not called simps, but I'm sure they're called something else.
Everybody
That's why I
gets friends with
privately
you.
thank people who send me donos. Speaking of which, I'm gonna reiterate again, guys. My kid's senior this year. He's got a really big trip coming up. He's gonna be gone for a whole week. I could definitely use some donations, especially
Send her some money, or you're a beta male.
And listen to these people argue and all of that. So it'd be nice if you know.
And on the back of your grift, I hope you posted. I haven't actually looked at the chat there, but I have to jump off. Thank you guys. Love all you guys. Appreciate all the conversations. And I'm gonna throw your grift a grift to your way. I have grifted to Sarah before. I have grifted to Dusty before. So I will be the simp to all three of you tonight.
Badass.
Thank you for having me.
And don't forget to turn to Loki.
I'm still
Loki loves you, even if you don't love Loki.
Where is my mug?
I don't have any idea. I wasn't in charge of your mug. You should. I don't know. Did you get a confirmation?
I was selling the mugs.
Yes, it goes through. Everybody who I actually did the mug order for got their mug. You're gonna have to talk to.
Can you give me your customer service channel or phone number?
Yeah, I'll get it for you. I'll send it to you on Discord.
Yeah, I know it's not happening.
Thank
all
you,
right, guys. Love you all.
Bye.
Bye now. Okay, now. Bye now.
Bye. And hi, Emperor. How you doing?
All right. How you guys doing?
Hi, Emperor.
Sarah, Beth, who's that down there? Lynn, what's up, Obstacles?
Sim.
How you doing, bro?
No, what's up, man?
Sure. Dusty, Miss Balderson.
How are you, Emperor?
I am doing all right. I'm just a little tired. I know I got work tomorrow, so
yeah.
So, Ms. Balderson, Sarah, and I'm going to snitch on us. We were complimenting Ben yesterday for being like the ultimate, I don't know what patriarchy guy. Like he just goes into mode. He's like,
and it's really, really easy to submit to that. And he's proven to me time and time again that I can trust him. And that's huge. Is he perfect? No. I'm not perfect either. Does he make mistakes? Absolutely. But are they the kind of mistakes
He's like, absolutely.
He does. He's human. But
what kind of mistakes? Let's go through those.
They're just dumb little things. They're never big things, you know?
But he takes ownership of mistakes, does he not?
He does. And
that's the important part right there.
He expects accountability from me, but he also gives me accountability. He doesn't expect anything from me that he doesn't first demonstrate. And he would be the first to question my judgment if I followed him down a bad path. And I guess also like some of those more conservative submission posts or chats or whatever, I honestly think Ben would be bored if I didn't sometimes question him. If I didn't sometimes say, hey, explain this to me. I don't understand. If I just blindly went, okay, everything you say, he would have no respect for me.
That's those dynamics are actually demonstrated through studies of this sort of stuff, that too much agreeableness is not really good for relationships. There has to be, I don't remember the percentage, but it's like 20 to 80, right? 20% disagreeable, 80% agreeable, or something, somewhere in there.
Yeah, and we're human, but I absolutely can put my trust in him that he is going to handle things, that he's going to do what he says he's going to do, and that I am not going to get harmed by following what he says. And that's the most important thing at the end of the day. I also know at the end of the day that I better not ever go get myself into a stupid situation from my own stupid actions. But I also know that nobody is ever going to physically harm me when my pit bull is standing behind me. He's my pit bull. And no one is messing with me that way. Now, on panels, I kind of wish sometimes people would forget that he's in the background. I'm having the conversation. I'll talk to you about it. But no, I thank you for that compliment, you two, because he is the most amazing patriarch I've ever been around. And naturally, people tend to listen and follow because he proves himself.
Right.
A quality worth standing behind.
I think another effect on this would be a lot of people like to put their crap online when it really shouldn't. You should be dealing this. You should be dealing this in your relationship, and it should just end. You shouldn't be running to the internet for advice every single time, because that destroys trust.
It does, and it's nobody else's business. What goes on between the two of you should be resolved behind closed doors. It shouldn't be brought out into the public, because you're both wrong in some way, shape, or form. Nobody's right 100% of the time. And getting people to vote or side with you, that is the most childish, peer pressure-y, asinine tactic I've ever heard of.
Well, and they don't.
Sorry, I'm cutting in real quick. 2 quick things. Yeah, the fact that you guys deal with your shit privately is huge, because nobody wants, I mean, like, everybody around you, especially if they don't have that kind of situation for themselves, which that kind of good relationship is actually kind of hard to find anymore. They want to see you fail. So they'll just take that shit and even plant or try to plant seeds of doubt in your own mind in any way they can find. Second, Ashton, cam up. Let me see you. Thank you, sir.
No PP. Oh, it's outline.
Now, come on now. I would never prawn bomb anybody, especially people.
Yeah, you say that now. No, I'm kidding.
Even if I tried to prawn bomb anybody, you'd never see it. It's too small.
Oh, at least you.
Dusty
admitted it.
Dusty, I also wanted to kind of give you a compliment, because I really appreciate your contrarian views. I appreciate that you don't typically pick a side, that you usually land somewhere in the middle, and you can find, you kind of get to the heart of an issue without letting people dance around the superfluous stuff on the edges. You kind of get to the heart of the matter, and I really, really appreciate that about you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Not everybody does.
Dusty is, I've said it before and I'll say it again, like, especially with me starting streaming and shit, Dusty has been a huge help. Dusty and Sarah, like, have been the two main people, and even 10th Man, Sasquatch, like, these are the people who have helped me more than anybody else.
Yeah.
But Dusty, God bless him. Like, I text him, be like, help, and he's like, what? I mean, he's never been.
You're glazing his donut.
He's never ignored me. Okay?
You're up next.
I'm speaking actually to the leadership, right? That's the kind of leadership that is why we can take someone like Dusty and literally be like, I don't give a fuck that you're not a Christian. You're more of a patriarch than some of these Christians be that are coming at us.
Yes.
To be fair, I respect everybody's opinion, and I try to be as unnaturally biased as ever, but I always fit in with all you guys more than I fit in with most other people, to be frank and honest.
You do fit in well everywhere. You're a good guy, though. You know, I think you're pretty genuine. There we go. Let's glaze all the men on the panel, ladies. And I always see you being a good dad.
I want to ask you a question.
Dusty?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Bandit's Glaze or whoever. I think Bandit was good. Yeah.
Keep
go
glazing.
Ahead. If you finish the glaze, I didn't mean to jump in front of another man's glaze.
I was just saying, Ashton, also a big thing with you is, like, everybody always sees you being a good dad. You're always talking about your kids. And, like, it's very clear that you put your family before everything. So, again, like, that's another patriarchal thing that needs to be fucking propped up more than what it is these days.
One of the patriarchal qualities that I'm going to attribute to both Ben and Dusty for a second, I'm not trying to leave you other men out, I just don't know you as well, but their willingness to call out bullshit on a bigger scale above the level of the family, their willingness to say something isn't right here, not whine about it, but actually point out problems in the system. That is a patriarchal thing, and their drive is to try to fix it. And that is patriarchal. There is a problem. I'm going to solve it. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm moving forward and I'm getting stuff done.
How come you cannot say the same thing that is ballsy and true and hits people, you know, in the between the eyes, and have them listen? Just basically saying the same thing as Dusty could. When Dusty will get results and people will respect him, but if you say it, I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that it will not have the same effect. Why is that?
I'm also willing to bet that Dusty has a lot more experience in life than I do with dealing with hard things. I was raised in a very privileged life. I have not had to face a whole lot of hard things. And not only that, he has the force to back up what he says. And the belief in the force he has to back up what he says.
Let me change the dynamics here, because you two already know each other and you like each other and it's cool. But what I'm saying is, when a man says something like that versus when a woman, not Dusty in particular, it doesn't seem to land with the same, I don't know what word I'm looking for validity, the same importance, the same echo, the same stillness,
It's
the
the
same
delivery.
veracity.
It's how you do it. Life is more about how you say something than what you say. So if I start going like, it's okay, you're not going to take me serious.
I could say it just as spectacularly as you could, because we could both have scripts. I could say it just as succinctly and strongly as you could. But a man will be listened to before a woman will.
I think that men tend to tackle the problem and women tend to tackle the feelings about the problem. That's not a rule. But I think generally speaking,
Someone's got feedback.
Yeah, I hear that too.
Yeah.
Is it still there?
No, it was Ashton. It's gone.
I think that women tend to emotionalize when they talk about the same subject as a man more than a man does. Generally, that's not always the case. One of the things that I really respect about Sarah is, and admire, I kind of wish that I was more like that. She is more logical and less emotive than I am. I am a way more emotional person, I think, than Sarah is. And I think that she is actually way better at conveying what she's trying to say in a more authoritative way than I am. And I think that's a good thing.
And then I get off the stream and I go and I cry like a little bitch until I fall asleep.
When you're on screen.
Okay, we say I'm going to keep this really simplistic. And I realize I am kind of changing the goalpost, but I'm trying to make a point. I say, you sit down and shut up. Just like that. And then Dusty says it. You sit down and shut up. Go ahead and say it with gusto, Dusty, like you really
Dad
mean.
voice.
Say it.
Use your dad voice.
Please sit down and be quiet.
Wow.
If I'm going to say that, he's going to say the same exact words. Why? Is it the patriarchy thing? Is it social protocol? Is it that men just have more strength behind them? Is it that you listen to me and I have spaghetti arms and you don't take me seriously? Or what is it?
It's
spaghetti arms.
Presence, experience,
yeah, check it out.
Respect. There's a lot of unsubtle cues that you pick up. Like you said, if I came over and I had my shoulders hunched over, I had my bad back. I started saying, you wouldn't take me serious. But if I came in with a presence, I walked in like I own the place, say, you know what, shut up, you're doing what you're told. That kid's going to be a completely different attitude than, you shouldn't be doing that. That's not really a good idea. It's all about how you say it and what you're saying and what your persona is in that situation. Like that, all that stuff matters.
Let me run something else by you.
Let's say no. Watch this though. Sarah does that. I seen dudes shut the hell up. So it's like dudes want to engage and yell back at me, but Sarah
she goes
comes
straight
in and
to mommy.
Sit down. And dudes respond. They just shut up and sit down. So most men
You
are
ain't
actually
never
programmed to
suffered a cat of nine tails from her.
they listen to their mom.
Yeah.
So
Cosmic Fox was the nice precedence for what happens if you just don't shut the fuck up.
It's true. It's a good example, but it was
But-
kind of a not the norm.
But they also know I'm backed up too. Like if I'm telling someone to shut up and shut up and shut up, eventually somebody in the chat's going to pay to shut them up for me.
But
Like-
it is not the norm who's able to do that.
Beth, you might want to
And
check
men
the
know
chat.
this. A skinny dude can't come out and say "shut up." Then the whole crew would laugh at him like, "Who is this punk and chump?" So
And
it exists. It takes a special person to come out and say that. Every man can't do that. Men know that.
No.
Men know who's alpha and who could say
Why
that.
is it?
and who can't.
Why is it attractive?
Because it's dominance.
He's being an asshole, and it's still attractive.
Because it's showing
Yeah.
dominance.
Because you know that a man who's assertive is going to protect you when the time comes.
Nice guys are liars.
That is absolutely true. They don't stand for shit. And how can you trust a man who doesn't stand
They're-
for shit?
Yeah, the simp dude that pretends to be nice and only care about your needs, he's lying, right? And everybody knows that intuitively, even if you're not aware of it logically or consciously.
But you shouldn't have to be an asshole to a woman to turn her on. You know what I'm saying?
No,
sounds like your
there's a
personal
different
problem.
way. There's a different way of going about it, right? If a dude is an asshole to like a true asshole to a girl, and that makes her suddenly turned on by him, she doesn't belong anywhere in the dating world, and she really needs to work on herself to begin with. But men
there's
will
a
not
difference.
try that. Men will not try that assholishness if they know the girl it respects herself and isn't going to tolerate for it. There's a difference. Like Flo, are there girls out there that you know it's not going to fly if you act a certain way with them? Like if you were trying to get in their pants, are there girls out there that you know it's not going to fly?
They just need a different approach.
Yep.
There you go. So, but the asshole, that's what I'm saying though. You can't be an asshole to all of them because not all of them are going to be turned on by it. And
Right.
it's more than likely the ones who have a lot of self-respect, a lot of self-worth, and aren't going to tolerate bullshit. Those are
right,
the ones
though.
that being an asshole isn't going to fly.
There's
man
a difference
having
actually
firm
between.
boundaries is different than a man being an asshole, and I think sometimes the two
Yeah.
are confused.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Well,
a man has to be an
some
asshole
women
to
don't
get
have
that
boundaries.
Exactly. There we go. You always have to reserve the asshole in you, and it just depends on how you
There's a
actually
place for
issue it out. You
What
have
about
to
the
have
woman?
that.
What if the woman is an asshole to you and is very assertive?
That's when
during
the asshole comes out.
You can't have two.
That's not good. That's
assholes.
not good.
That's when you roll over onto your stomach and spread them.
No, Jesus.
No, I'm being.
With or without.
I'm gonna call fake, phony BS because when Sarah does it on her panel, guys get turned on. So which one is it? Do you guys want the meek submissive type, or do you want the shut the fuck up type? I mean, what do you want? It's kind of confusing.
No, I'm telling you, people are
There's
different.
not one right
Yeah,
type of
but-
chick.
Well, and they're not trying to date me either. They're not
How would
trying to
you
be
know
my
that?
husband. They're not trying, and I'm not trying to date them. So it's a little bit of a different approach, right? This is more of like persona meets persona.
You don't know what you're talking about. There's different.
I didn't say they weren't trying to fuck me. I said they're not trying to date me.
Whatever.
I'm in.
The point is that different things. You just got to go with what's natural to you. If you're not an assertive person, then it's gonna be a weird fit for you trying to be like, you sit down and shut up. But if you are naturally a dommy mommy, then just lean into it, right?
Yeah,
you'll find guys who are into that. It doesn't necessarily
exactly.
It doesn't necessarily make them less leadership material, right? As a matter of fact, I think I heard something about like some of the greatest leaders, like some of the top leaders, have really weird fetishes where they like being dominated.
Napoleon was one. His arrangement with his
Sometimes
wife
the
was
boss doesn't
ridiculous.
have to be boss anymore. Sometimes, being the ultimate authority gets old, I'm sure.
Well, it's one of those you want what you don't have. So if you're always dominant, then that's what's going to happen. You're going to want the opposite.
Sometimes we just want to be smothered.
That's my problem. I'm just too nice. Okay.
Yeah, like even at that, like I can be dominant on a panel, but I feel like that has to happen, right? I mean, there's a bunch of you and one of me. I have to be able to take the reins, and if I don't, it's gonna be crazy, and I'm not gonna have control over anything. But out in terms of like, if I wanted to date, I don't want to make decisions. I don't want to fucking deal with, like, just tell me where to go, where to sit down, pull out my chair. I don't give a
Wow,
fuck.
really?
Like,
Bend
I don't.
over and smile.
Yep, bend over,
Yeah,
smile.
I
No girl wants
recognize.
to choose where to go for
Sarah.
dinner, and every girl likes being choked during sex. Those are the two hard rules.
Okay,
I
so
disagree with
this is
that, but
really easy.
I'd like to hear what the woman
Part
says.
Disagree at all. I don't
maybe.
disagree at all.
Part two, maybe, but I hate being
Dusty
asked
was
where to
on.
go for dinner. It's real easy. I'm like, look, I don't eat fish. I don't eat seafood. Just tell me where to go because I know damn well if you ask me, I'm going to be way too indecisive about it. So just fucking take me somewhere. And as
I
long as
even
there's
like-
something on the menu I'll eat, I'm happy.
I even like it when they pick my
Part
meal.
two, I think you're probably right.
I would just like to
Yeah.
add one more thing before I head out and dip out again.
Okay.
I think a lot of the male respect thing that Lindsay was touching upon earlier comes from like the old ways that we were raised by our fathers and we were raised by the patriarch in the family. When your dad looks at you and tells you sit down, shut up, and stop your shit, versus your mom telling you to sit down, shut up, and stop your shit, there's a worry and a mental note of dad's gonna beat my ass if I don't sit down and stop my shit. Versus whereas mom, I can get away with pushing every button known to man before I actually get the punishment that I'm going to get.
Unless you're 10th man.
Unless you're
Now, when you take the dad out, which was my case, it leaves some confusion and probably some boundary issues because
Well,
you don't have that modeling, you know?
That's the reason why, though, that we look at society in a whole now, and when we have such fatherless homes in the home right now, that's the problem with society. There's no dad sitting there telling you, sit down, shut the fuck up, you're not doing this. And that's where the self-entitlement comes into play. That's where the egotisticalness comes into play. You have to have a boundary to know, like, you cannot cross this line. If you cross this line, I'm going to smack your ass, or I'm going to smack you in the mouth. Like, I was raised old school parent style to where if you said anything out of line to your parents or your grandparents, you got your ass knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no cop on the on the face of the earth, even if you called them, that was going to come save you.
Well, and I think part of the problem, though, is that our school systems are kind of taking that away because your kids can go to school and mention that my dad spanked me last night, and all of a sudden dad's got CPS called.
Well, it depends what school district you do. Like if you,
I'm in California.
Oh, there's your problem.
Pennsylvania, it's the same exact way in PA.
Then you spank their ass again after CPS leaves.
Uh-huh. Beat their ass.
This is
I'll
not my
never
problem,
forget.
I'm just saying
I'll never forget when I think I forget if it was Braddy or Junior told me, like, I'll call CPS on you. I'm like, I'll give you a reason to call them if you want. Like, go ahead. I'll make it solid. Let them come take you. See what happens.
I bet they backed down, didn't they?
The first time
they
my
did.
son
Yeah.
ever cussed at me, like, I had no intentions of putting my hands on him. I just wanted to fucking make it very clear to him, I'm not playing with you. You're not going to talk to me that way. And my daughter, like, she was more scared than he was at first. And she's jumping in the middle going, no, I'll call CPS. I handed her my cell phone as I was walking by. She's like, here you go. And my son, before I even got up to him, he was like, I'm chill. I'll stop. I'm like, that's all right.
Yeah, well, fucking,
didn't
they
even
learn
have
that
to do
shit from
anything.
school. Like, you can call CPS on your parents if they hurt you. So
Mm-hmm.
then they think in their head, oh my God, my mom spanked my ass. I need to call CPS.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, stop fucking telling these kids this dumb shit.
For real.
Fucking government trying to come in, taken for. No, I'm not saying that there aren't the outliers.
Oh,
who
now
are
you don't want the government to be doing authority at you, huh?
In my household.
But if your kid was
No.
being a brat, the school officer should shoot him.
Sounds fair.
I just think it's
being
interesting how
bratty.
the bootlicking has once
It changes.
once it happens to you,
No,
you don't
the
like the taste of boot
school-
polish so much.
The school trying to teach my kids shit that they don't need to interfere any of their business.
You
in a
wanted the
totally different
government. No,
world.
this is the government you asked for.
No, these
Yes, it
are
is.
ICE agents going and getting people who are illegal immigrants.
Authority is
all right?
authority. You respect the the school resource officer.
What is
And-
hold on, is the education Department of Education an authority system, or do they just make things come together?
It's the authority to you and your
Is
kids.
it-
So
is
sit
it?
down and
Is
shut up.
Is it?
I don't believe that, but you do.
Because government can tax you, or they can put you in prison for any freaking reason that you break.
I mean, can you get
So I'm just
can you
saying-
get into the school without being buzzed in?
No, you can't.
That's a safety feature.
It doesn't matter.
Right. Say, but it's also, yeah, you're excluded. You're treated just like everybody else. Can you just decide not to bring your kid to that locked building?
No, you truant officer if you miss school.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
no, they'll come and confiscate your children if you do not make sure they go to school.
No,
I
you
got
just
in huge
remove 'em.
trouble during the C days. I got in trouble where the school, like, so they had this thing set up where before our kids could get on the bus in the morning, we had to answer an online questionnaire and give their temperature and all that shit, right? And they would tell us whether or not our child was allowed to go to school for that day.
Right.
My kid, we had had the C word, got over it, and then my son had like a lingering low grade fever where their automated thing kept red flagging and saying he wasn't allowed to go to school. The school hotlined me to CPS for him missing too many days.
Well, you're also in a state known as California. Like, that's not the rest of the country.
I'm in New York, so it's
Yeah,
almost
that's
it's not quite California, but close enough.
It might as well. It's
Might as
California.
well be, right?
They're cousins. Yep.
I'm in Pennsylvania, so I have it where if you're in like Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, it's going to be authoritarian state. But if you're in, Altoona, whole different ball game. So it really depends on where you live. If you don't like the rules that you're in, it's probably because you're in an area that doesn't support your values. You need to move to an area.
Right.
It's that simple. You don't like California, get out.
She's not in California.
Yeah,
no, I'm
nobody's
just
in California.
that she was in California. Well, if you don't like New York, like for example, my sister's in upstate New York. We might as well call it Trump country. Like everything is hunting and everything else up there. But if she was in New York City,
yeah,
basically it's completely different rules. She can't have a gun. She can't do what she wants to do. Nothing happens.
I'm
But
in Western New York, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the city ruins the state, kind of like it's the same thing in Pennsylvania. Philly and Pittsburgh ruin the state for everybody else.
Not to dox you, brother man, but which part of PA you in? You can tell me if it's like close to Central or wherever, because I'm also in PA.
I'll give you my county, Montgomery County.
Just give the coordinates and your social.
I am.
Put the address in the back. You can trust us.
And your mother's maiden name.
I'm in Blair County, just so you know. So I'm not too far.
I'm near Philly, so we'll
Yeah, I'm up near.
I'm in
State
your
Farm.
garage.
You can be in my garage any day, Dusty.
Whoa. That got gay fast.
Oh,
That-
it sure did.
Have you met me, Chuck?
I don't want to. And that's a good home defense approach.
For real. So,
Where were we?
Ballsack.
not being gay.
Nuts and fruits.
You love my gayness, don't lie.
Yeah, government telling us what we can and can't do with our kids.
Well, that's the problem with they're responsible for your kids, so they can make the rules. That's the problem with school in general, because they have the authority, because they're responsible for them. They have authority over them, and that's so. Anytime you take away authority in your aspect, you're losing power. You're losing the ability to do anything with with someone else. So if the school has them for 8 hours, they can corrupt them through education. They can go against your values, everything else. So you have to find the school district that has your values. And it's not easy. Like, you got to be part of the school board. Like, in today's culture, if you want your kids to be raised a certain way, you need to represent your kids. And that could be being a coach. You need to be in your kids' lives. And that needs to be priority one over everything else. A job, everything. because if you lose your kids, it's over.
Well, here's where the problem comes in, is especially with stuff like this and with this war between men and women that we've had going on for decades now. I think the kids end up suffering the worst, because if the two parents hate each other that much, who's actually going to step in and, make sure that somebody's stepping in for the kids?
But what's the root cause where the parents hate each other? That's the issue that needs to be talked about. Like, is it values? Is it there's
bad parenting from the start, maybe even?
Kids are the problem.
Well, if the kid's the problem, then like most of what needs to happen is better communication with the parents. Like it needs to be, okay, the kid did this, instead of going and acting justice. Okay, we're going to talk about it, and then guess what? Now I'm going to lay down the law because we're on the same page. Most of this stuff can be fixed with decent communication.
It becomes the whole family's problem, really.
And I agree with what you're saying, but again, the problem from the start, like rewinding back in the conversation, it comes down to where girls are being raised to not trust men and to freaking demonize them in many ways, and boys are being raised the exact same way towards girls. So it works out that now we have a whole fucking bunch of dysfunctional adults.
Well, you can't save everybody. You need to teach your son and daughter to point out these flaws in people and avoid them like the plague. Find people that match your values, and that's the people you're supposed to like if you come, most of the time when you had, and this is the problem a lot of people don't talk about, is having a 3-generational household, because it used to be if you'd have the way your grandparents, which would be old school, then you'd have your new school would be your parents, and then both of them would come up with different ways of tackling a problem. So you have multiple ways of handling an issue. And sometimes your parents were right, sometimes your grandparents are right, but you had different ways of attacking the issue with different levels of experience that's not getting passed on to your kids. So like divorce, in my eyes, is a family tree killer. It kills every aspect of it because it robs your family of potential inheritance. It robs your family.
Wait, I've got pushback on this, because the number one thing that is going to kill a relationship the fastest is having one side's parent living in the same fucking household. There has to be at least some kind of space, because you can't be letting the in-laws get in the middle of your relationship.
No, what I'm saying is having the relationship with your grandparents. Like, it's not a community. Community's raising the kid, not just.
Oh, sure, that I can get behind completely.
I'm not saying living in a compound. Let me rephrase. Having grandparents and aunts and uncles in your life and watching how they handle situations. So you're not getting directly how they handle it, but you're seeing it from a different adult, how they handle situations, how they interact with different people. Like, all this information comes out, and you might not know you're looking at it, but eventually you're going to say, oh, this is how they handle it. This is how my parents handle it. Okay, now I know what I can do. And you don't get limited access with how people handle scenarios, then you're going to act the same way as your parents. You're not going to grow. You're just going to be a carbon copy.
So I have only one rebuttal to that, and that also leads down, though, to the fact that you don't have fathers in the home. So you don't have the patriarchy as the main support being in the household to govern that information. You can go based off of your relatives and off of your grandparents and parents' style of parenting, but when you don't have a father in the home, you lose all of that, because there is no discipline. There is no there is no fear of consequences. When you don't have a father in the home, it negates so many things. And that is the true problem of the world that we're living in. We have substituted dads for the government, and from such a long time now that we don't have what our grandparents had. You don't have marriages lasting 40 or 50 years, because it's easier to just get a divorce and find a new person than it is to so-called stick around, figure it out, and try to work it out.
Not all those marriages should have lasted that long either, though.
Well, that's
That's a fair point, but at the same time, though, when the marriages lasted longer and the family unit stayed together, we had less of this issue happening within the generations. Now, I can only
I don't
speak
know.
for my
I disagree. I've seen some pretty fucked up kids come out of that older generation that couldn't
Yeah,
get divorced.
right, exactly.
Well, I mean, I'm speaking from my local area and what I've seen throughout my life. I grew up from a more stable home because, granted, my mom was a single mother, but my grandfather and my grandmother were very close together and very like oriented within our lives. So my male role model for the longest time as a kid was my grandfather. Then when my stepdad came into the picture at the age of 7, he took over that mantle and helped show me, hey, this is how you act as a man. You don't sit there and act like a little girl about things. You have to grow up and you have to be a man.
And now I
Versus,
carry on the tradition of teaching you how to be a man.
I mean, Dusty,
Yeah.
you taught me a lot of things, and you have helped me in my slight YouTube career. But
I was just giving you shit.
If
But
if
no,
what you're talking about is you need to find ways of doing stuff that you would learn those skills. So maybe that would be sports. Maybe that would be mentoring someone else. Maybe that would be like joining a leadership organization. There's ways of gaining those values without a dad, but it needs to
that's not
be
true, though. That's
it
Yeah,
statistically,
it is. It is. I
but
agree
statistically,
150%.
it's not true.
it's 100%.
Yeah, I get
It's
it. I get
not
it.
though.
But still,
If
still,
that's the
still
truth,
having better
then
too.
correct. But that's
Go
the
ahead. Go ahead.
problem, though. You still need a male figure in the home. That's what all of this boils down to. When you don't have a
And
dad in the picture and you're having all these rates of fatherless households, yes, they can go to a sports team, they can go to a leadership program, they can do all those things. But the actual statistics show us that when you have a male and a female and a father and a mother both in the home, you have a higher chance of being a better human being. Culturally, whether
I
it
don't think
be,
they measure it that way, but you're not wrong.
yeah,
yeah,
but
but I'm
watch
just
this.
saying,
Watch this,
though,
Dusty. The common denominator is the father element. A single
Yeah.
father has the same good chances. So it's not really about you trying to force women to, I mean, that's not going to work out. So at
but
least men having the control over children would help because the statistics prove if a father is single, he has just as good odds as a
Mm-mm.
two-parent household. That
You
is
didn't read this.
statistical
You didn't
also.
read the study. You just
Go
heard
ahead.
the stat.
yeah,
The
Okay, go
the
ahead. Tell me
reason.
then,
Hold
Dusty.
on. The reason that those results were found is because
Yeah.
the way that they measured single father or singleness is were you legally remarried, not were you
Mhm.
cohabitating. And the reality is that men are more likely to find another partner afterwards when they have kids than women are. So there's actually two parents in a lot of or two adults in a lot of those households in the study, and also there's more income. So that study
So
that
wait,
stat
that
is really
Dusty, can we anchor the kid to the father? And then that still gives it a good chance, right? Because if you anchor the
right. So
kid to the father,
if the
then he
kids lived
moves
with
on.
the dad primarily, they were less likely to actually be living in a single parent household because
I
even
get
though
what you're
it's
saying.
valued as one, right.
Well,
But
Dusty,
if you anchor the actual child to the father, then that would be good, right?
I
Dusty,
mean,
what
it
What
improves the kid's odds of being in a two adult household.
once
But
you
you get
get
what I'm
past
saying,
a
though, right?
certain
Anchor it to the
age,
father.
I think that once you get past a certain age, the studies do show that it's actually, in a lot of cases, better outcomes when dad has custody after a certain age.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to champion. That's way more realistic than telling all couples to stay together, telling people to close their legs, like all this other thing. Like the whole world is dealing with the same issue, from fucking China all the way to the United States of America. So I'm just saying a more realistic proposition would be something like, okay, maybe we can just anchor children to fathers. That's about the best you can get. Or you could continue to try to preach women, y'all need to stay together. Divorce is bad. It's no fault divorce. And it's the Illuminati and the New World Order. But I don't think that's going to go that far.
No fault divorce is a fantastic thing. Big fan of it. What 10 out of 10
Yeah,
would
but
do
some
again.
people don't.
no,
Most
fault
good
divorce
about don't,
go
right?
away because you need to have a reason why you're getting divorced instead of irreconcilable differences.
You see what I'm saying,
No, we
Dusty?
don't.
Bandit don't agree.
No,
What?
I'll tell you the reason why.
OG,
Because
Yeah,
is
no,
that
go
you?
ahead.
The screen went all weird.
OG,
Yes,
is that you?
it is I, Pie.
Thank you, doll.
Popeye.
Happy birthday again, Sarah. It's OG's birthday.
I
She's-
think
Might
she
be getting
stepped
coffee.
away.
Bring it on, Bandit.
What I'm getting at is, if you have no fault divorce, it takes away compromise. If there's a
No, it
fault,
doesn't.
I cheat on somebody,
No.
that's a fault. That should be a reason why divorce.
You know what it does? It incentivizes domestic violence.
Yes.
Everything
Or allegations.
or allegations either. But what's the ultimate goal? Is the ultimate goal for the parents to be happy, or is it to keep the kids together, to raise
If
The two are not
the
mutually
parents
exclusive.
can't get along, you're raising them in a violent atmosphere. Because I've seen it where they cannot get along, the two grown-ups, and to force them to stay together and keep kids in that household would be just mean.
It makes really good fighters.
As somebody who I got divorced when my daughter was 2, I got custody of her, fought for custody of her, and one of the best decisions I've made in my fucking life was to just cut my losses and get divorced quicker instead of trying to hang on and then spend years letting this woman drag me down. Not only a little bit, I entirely 1,000% disagree with. I understand it, but I disagree with where Bandit's coming from on this issue.
But
I have to agree with Dusty, because here's the thing: is the only time that it's beneficial for children to be in a situation where the parents can't agree is when they get to see the parents work through conflict and come to a resolution, and then they can learn those skills. However, if two people are incapable of working through disagreements, and I'm not talking about knockdown, drag out fights, it should never come to that, but like have basic disagreements and learn how to
If they don't like
compromise
each
and
other,
work
if they
shit
don't
out.
like each other,
yeah, if they really don't like each other, there is nothing beneficial that the kids are going to get out of it. Plain and simple.
They just learn to disrespect each of their parents because each of the parents is typically, pointing the well against the other one.
So then,
Correct.
Yeah, that is true. Also, yeah.
Hey, Sarah, it's OG's birthday.
Oh,
Anchor
happy
them to the
birthday,
father.
OG.
We need a
Grandpa
song,
OG.
Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Well,
We do not need
yes.
a song. You be quiet, Chuck.
Nope, I will
Chuck,
do
no.
a song. You shut the fuck up, OG, and listen. and then I'm gonna get out of here, Beth, after this.
Thanks for coming.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Orthodox guy, you old fucking man. Happy birthday to you.
I think
All
I'm
right,
in love.
I'm heading out.
Thanks
Beth,
for coming,
thanks
Sarah.
hosting.
Sarah.
Appreciate you
Appreciate it.
very
Thank you.
much. Love you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Flo.
Shot by ice.
I think I'm in love.
Look at that. You got a duet out of that, OG.
I know, right?
Well, is that what you call that? A duet?
Oh, yeah, couldn't you hear me dying in the background too?
What's everybody up to today?
They're talking about you, but I guess we're changing the topic.
Okay.
I'm just over here promoting divorce.
Why are you being an evil bad man?
What?
I said, why are you being an evil bad man? You're promoting divorce.
Well, in a lot of cases, it's better for the
Well,
kids.
I mean, yeah, no, the whole argument we're staying together for the children because, like, as somebody whose parents stayed together for the children, it does incentivize domestic violence.
Do you think if you could change the past, do you think they should have gotten divorced earlier and not stay together?
Sooner. They should have got divorced sooner.
That's what I hear every kid saying. I think that this whole narrative that no matter what, staying together is the best thing for the kids. I think that that's bullshit and it needs to be undone because that's definitely not.
Here's the caveat, right? Both parents need to be active in the kid's life, though, if they get divorced.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's where you run into problems.
Which is what we're
Well,
having.
But there's no way to predict that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the thing. You can promote something and without like trying to predict it, right? And like the only exceptions would be if the parent is abusive to the child or a drug addict or something that they put them in danger's way,
which would be a fault. What I'm trying to say is today, right now, it looks
brother. My father threw a barbecue fork at me at like 80,000 miles per hour, and it landed an inch away from my head and stuck into the door. You're not going to convince me that fucking parents staying together who argue and fight with each other is good for a child.
and you're
Like,
not
I'm going to be real.
in time where people are getting divorced for the most petty, stupid shit, and it's destroying families on the flip side. Like we've come to the point now where it's like,
Brother, if they're getting a divorce over stupid shit, the family was already shattered. I'm all for you in promoting the family unit, but let's actually start before marriage and promote people to, not just get married, but actually find somebody they're compatible with. And I'm not talking Disney.
Oh, I know.
I'm talking about no brokies, no hoes on either side, and no mental problems.
And I think the fact that people just file for no fault divorce, there's irreconcilable differences because it's easier, as I did, to interpret that as saying, well, these are frivolous divorces and there's not an underlying issue is absolutely false. And I think that's what's happening because the fact of the matter is, if you put an underlying reason, now you have to prove it. If you just say irreconcilable differences, you don't have to prove shit. So why would you pay more money to prove something that you don't have to do at all?
That's the problem. In my eyes, that's the problem. Because
Why should you have to prove it? Because
that's
a
not,
marriage,
yeah, that's not
court of
that's,
law. Every
a marriage is between a man, woman, God, and the government. And I know Flo would disagree with God, but all of those things are personal things between you and your spouse. Why do you have to prove anything?
Because
it's a contract.
It's a contract. You have to prove something. That's my whole point. That's
yeah,
why
but you're not a party to it. You have no interest in it.
Yeah,
you still have to prove it.
Is the child a party to it?
If
they're just collateral damage, right?
Their property.
If both people are okay with the divorce,
And that's exactly my point.
Yeah, a divorce is a liquidation event. The couple is broken up. All that the government is doing is dividing up the assets of it.
Correct.
Which unfortunately includes
And that child's an asset, and it doesn't matter how that affects the child, right?
New York and many other states have changed their position on this to where now the children have their own Bill of Rights for the sake of divorces and custody cases and whatnot. Okay.
A lot of times they get a guardian ad litem, their own lawyer.
Exactly. And that has really helped to shift things, I think.
Damn, Father Tom just spoke perfect Latin. Did you see that? Did y'all hear that shit? Or am I just high as fuck? Say that again, Chuck.
I told you he was around when David was slinging rocks.
That's what I'm saying. You was right. Shit, you spoke off perfect Latin. Just like you got through talking to the emperor or something.
I've been down that road. I know all about them folk. That's the only reason I know them their words.
Where were you? Where were you at Golgotha at 0 AD? All right, where were you at?
I have to check. Let me check my stone tablet for recollect my memory.
But yeah, I mean, I think if you've got two people who want to get divorced and the government is forcing them to stay together, you're not going to get better results that way. We have data that shows that kids are better off in two-parent households in a world where that is a voluntary decision. If you make that an involuntary decision, you're going to have different data results.
Yes.
And just because somebody stays married does not prevent one party from actually leaving the household.
Yeah, people break the law all the time, even in play. And the reason I bring that up is states like Georgia have laws against cheating, and like they're very rarely enforced.
I mean, there are laws against drugs that are enforced all the time. They don't do shit to help the problem, though.
That's also what I was getting at. Like, it doesn't. It's a moot point.
Legalize everything.
No, negative.
We'll get you there.
Whoa. Never. Fascist forever.
When I get put in charge, we'll fix it.
No, Chuck, you're too much of a softie to be a proper fascist. Orthodox guy, I believe, would probably be a little bit more fascistic.
Well,
Jack Talcott would be the death of us all.
Jack Talcott would be a fucking dictator. He wouldn't even like. At least I believe the state exists to benefit the people.
That's a
Jack thinks it's the other way around.
It's definitely the other way around. Are you kidding me?
Well, even if we so like
I said supposed to, not that it
No,
is.
every government's ever meant is always to keep the government alive.
Oh, we're supposed to be a part of the government, we the people, but I digress.
Taking divorce back into consideration here when it comes down to the kids and how shit plays out within between the couple. Like, I think even when we take it down to like its most religious basis, so at least within those communities, well, I don't see them doing it quite as much as before. They could very well be, because of course it should be something that's done behind closed doors. But I think there's, even if you're going to get divorced no matter what, there's some counseling that can take place beforehand to at least mediate some of the problems and work it out to where you have some kind of neutral ground.
Work. Christians get divorced at higher rates than anything else.
They sure do. I was looking that up today.
Huh. I
was kind of freaking shocked. Where is it? Where's my notes on that one?
Now, Christians are higher than any other religious group, including atheists and agnostic, for divorce.
Yep.
Now, on the other side of that is that they also get married at a higher rate than us, who live in sin, us agnostic.
And the other flip side, of that is like most people in America, even if they're not practicing religion identify as Christian.
66% of all divorced couples claim to be Christians.
Oh shit! The devil's number.
You don't want to know how many, it's something like
it's a conspiracy flow.
Households.
It's, you know what? It wouldn't be the first time that the God and the devil conspired against humans. Shout out Job.
Stop it.
Well, Dusty's.
How irritating that this non-believer knows the Bible.
I actually.
It wasn't. No, what makes it even worse? My bad, Beth. I'm sorry.
It makes sense that you would know it better.
The devil knows the Bible.
Christians do when a lot of
devil knows the Bible.
Don't want you reading it.
Right.
The devil knows the Bible.
Oh Lord, yeah. Because the devil knows the Bible. None of you Christians don't go home and read it for yourselves. You won't understand what it says.
Well, since the devil knows it, we better not read it. We wouldn't want to be like the devil now, would we?
No, the fucking Job. See, what makes Job even worse, right, from a non-religious perspective, is it was a bet. That's what makes it even worse.
I don't. I don't know how it's. Well, never mind. I don't even know if I want to go down this. Like, I don't have the mental energy for this shit. I'm just.
Brother, I'm high and I've been drinking wine on and off all day, so my brain is shot. It might be your best. It might be your best bet to finally like drive that a-religiousness home.
You're a rubber band, man. You'll just snap back into your normal, bundle of sticks for tomorrow.
Flo's like, nah, bro, I don't even want to root for you. I want you to be conscious.
You mean he's not gay anymore, Flo?
I mean, he's not off the hook. I'm just.
Okay. I was just checking.
We're gonna have to pray the gay away from him. It'll take quite a bit of time. I'm not expecting to turn around tomorrow. There's no miracles here. He's pretty well entrenched into the gayness.
Oh my Lord.
Well, guys, thanks for having me on. I gotta go to bed. I gotta be up at 5:30, so I'll talk to you guys.
Good talking to you.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good one.
You guys chat for a second. I gotta check the WhatsApp.
I think you scared Brandon away.
The title of the panel was supposed to be about strong women. So, men, what is your opinion on strong women?
Oh shit! It does say strong women. Strong women wear the patriarchy. This title doesn't work for me. Best do better.
Where's the patriarchy? It's right fucking here.
It's kind of an oxymoron, isn't it?
It is. But I think that patriarchy is like alpha male. If you have to clamor and make a lot of noise about it, then it's not it's not working for you.
Exactly.
If you need to tell people that it's you, it's probably not.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
It should be natural.
Yep.
It should just. The other thing, and I've got to get out of here in a second too, but while there's a gap in the talking, there's a lot of men that blame feminism for ruining relationship dynamics or male female dynamics, and I think that that's actually a feminist take, because if men would just behave in the role, then women wouldn't appeal to nearly as many women, and I think there's a natural order here. So the solution to feminism is being the thing. It's not being angry at the women who are choosing that. It's just being the thing yourself, and then everything will fall in line behind you, and you'll be, having threesomes, foursomes, all day long.
Yeah.
So Dusty, I could hear y'all shit talking to me as I was running back from my damn work over trying to. You pain in my ass. So my point was that whether we like it or not, because of the way society works, women have to be we have to be strong and carry some bit of independence, because even in best case scenario with a spouse, y'all are at work and we're trying to hold down a household while you're
I disagree. That's how because of society. I think it's because, well, maybe in a way, but I think it's on the individual men. There are men out there where you don't have to do that shit. Right.
Well,
Chuck mentioned earlier that he told his wife that she could work if she wants to and she doesn't have to. That was always, we have the same thing, right? That was always my goal. It's an ego thing for me, right? I don't want her to have to work, but I also don't care if she does, if she wants to.
Right.
I said best case scenario, holding together your household and running everything in the house, making sure that when you get home, your clothes are done. There's a hot meal ready for you. The kids are all bathed and all taken care of, and the homework is done, and everything's ready for school tomorrow. The house is nice and clean. All that shit. There's groceries in the fridge, the whole nine, right? All of that shit. We still, even if we're just arguing.
Marry a YouTuber. I'm home all the time. It's even harder on her.
Yes, sir.
Mine's home all the time, and I love it. It couldn't be any better than that.
But it's like, even in those very best case scenarios, as women, as mothers, we have to be strong in a lot of fucking ways. But the second that we start doing that, some men, not all, but there's a whole demographic of men, the second they see it, they start jumping up and calling us feminists and everything else under the sun.
Right.
They can't fucking
running a household is not a feminist thing.
But they should be, instead of attacking the woman for doing what she needs to do, they should be doing what they need to do, and then I think that would resolve itself.
Exactly. Where is the patriarchy? They want to scream about it, but where the fuck are they? Because I don't think
talk about it. Do it.
I don't think they even know what the fuck a patriarchy is. I don't think they know what a patriarch is at all.
It's just a reason that
young kids
authority, and you should have to listen to them because they gave themselves the authority.
Well, now too.
I heard a man.
The demographic we're talking about, not the patriarchy in the real sense.
When I was a youngin', we always went to the older folks for some of their wisdom that they used to give. Nowadays, these youngins don't want nothing to do with the old folks or even their parents.
Yeah, I think that rock and roll, as much as I love rock and roll, I think that rock and roll culture did us all dirty in that regard.
You follow what I'm saying there now?
Yeah. I mean, because there's definitely, hey, boomer, right? Like, there's a cultural snub at different generations. Older ones are boomers and the younger ones are worthless, right? Like, it's just, I think that's rock and roll culture.
I think y'all are just old. All right, our time is now old, man.
There it is. You gotta stop listening to that music. Stop listening to that devil music.
The devil's
quit playing them records backwards.
But I think that the other big part to the prompt was just that it's like, you do also still end up with a lot of men who leave. And even then, it's like, the church is even hesitant to kind of condone marriage for a woman.
You waited for Denison to be gone before you called it feminist, Dusty. You waited me long ago. You waited. You were trying to preserve the peace. You were like,
he's been gone for hours.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's safe now. The peace can be
He is a
preserved.
feminist.
Damn, Chuck.
You talking
That's
about
crazy.
Denizen, right?
Yeah,
He's a feminist.
that's crazy.
He for sure is not a feminist. Good try though.
Well, he's one of those that espouses the evils of women and why it's all women's fault.
One of the things that I hear a lot that makes me the craziest is they won't let us lead.
For real.
No shit.
You earn that right. It's just not everybody's not
You just
cut out for it.
If you just move forward and like in your life, then people will fall in line.
I kind of think though that is sort of a line that has to be established in the beginning. If you start out as a weak man and all of a sudden you decide to try to become assertive, more than likely that assertiveness is going to be embodied in a toxic way. It's not who they are. You either have to have that confidence going in, or you're probably not ever going to get it unless some crazy life event changes you fundamentally.
You got to let your nuts hang from day one.
You don't gotta give a shit and do what you do.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I mean.
But even so, like doing those very things, this is why you keep hearing, Dusty, that like you're more of a patriarch than a lot of men who try to claim being one themselves. You don't have to like do anything extra. You're doing it right from the get-go, and it's coming very naturally to you to do so.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then that makes me wonder how much of that could be influenced through your upbringing, as opposed to some of the men who fail at it.
I think a lot. I agree with the father in the home thing. I think that that's probably the most, like, if I'm not saying you can't overcome that, I'm just saying like it seems like it's a big slog uphill. Yeah. It's also the fatherless home is aside from age and gender the best predictor of whether or not you go to prison.
Oh, I see a huge like don't get me wrong, my kid's a good kid. He does typical teenager shit, and I mean it's still better than
sounds like he's a bad kid already.
Well, he does the typical dumbass shit.
The way that you just padded what you're about to say, like none of us believe he's a good kid.
Yeah, there's the cult. There's the cult.
I see the difference in like how he responds to me giving him instruction as compared to how his father gives him instruction. Okay. It's that sit down and shut up thing. Okay. Me saying it, he's just gonna silly mom, he'll find a way to compromise out of whatever it is I'm asking him to do. His dad, oh no, jump to.
Fathers teach boundaries.
Well, my sons learn kind of sort of a variation of that. Like, Mom, are you about to talk? I guess we'll just go do what we have to do because we really don't want to hear you talk about it.
I fucking heard that too. Just, can you make it shorter? Did you have to say all those words?
Yeah, I didn't need all those. I got the idea. You're mad. Okay, cool.
Not even I'm mad. Just, could you just have told me what to go do without telling me why?
That's when you know your sons are becoming young men.
Gatorade incoming.
Yep. Sarah,
hell, I remember I had 3 girls. Damn, that 13 going on 30 phase. No, it's the 13 going on 30 phase that they go through.
Did you say Gatorade?
When the testosterone hits, what they're supposed to do, they're supposed to challenge the world and like take it on. That is part of adolescence for men. Go ahead, Beth.
We got a tomato raid. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. Welcome, maters.
And you fuckers super chat.
We gotta super chat her, but my Cash App will be showing up in the chat in just a few minutes. We'll keep you entertained. Just send some money. How about that?
Good job.
I'm doing better. I'm getting better at it, Dusty.
Yeah. You left out the I could really use it thing.
Yeah. I'm following. I'm trying to keep up with the Dusty School of Grift. It's a little more abrasive than I'm used to being. Okay.
Oh, yeah. You have grift.
You gotta recognize that you're putting in your time, and it's the most valuable resource there is. And if they don't value it, then you don't value them having it, right? And just...
Yeah. Thank you.
Beth, oh no, tell them about your debilitating grift cancer.
Oh,
Do you have debility? Oh, yes, she does.
In the arms
I might pass
of
out until I see
angels.
greenbacks.
For just $1.99 a day, you too can save somebody dying of grift cancer.
Oh, you guys are terrible. You're making fun of cancer. Oh God.
Who was that?
That was OCW.
It was OTW.
It's
That
getting
was
worse.
wild.
No.
That was wild. That was embarrassing.
It's spreading to her. It's spreading to her grift nodes.
What did OTW do?
No, he when I did the grift cancer thing, he used it as an excuse to rage quit because he was over at OG's and he was talking shit on me, and I showed up and then confronted him on it, and like at some point the grift cancer came up as like a little joke, and that's when he was like, I can't believe you guys are going to joke about cancer. I can't be around this, and leaves. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my lord!
Oh Lord!
As he sat there and let him make fun of his daughter, but he can't handle grift cancer.
That's literally what I told him the very next time I talked to him. Like, you can't handle a cancer joke, but men can come on your panel and talk shit to your daughter. That's crazy. Where's the patriarchy, man?
Exactly.
See, being a patriarchal person, like, it starts before you ever have a family.
Yes.
It starts in the way you live your life. And a lot of these people, they haven't gotten the necessary XP or skills to actually be a part of it, but they just don't want women talking to them any type of way. So they're like, women, be quiet.
It's like, it's a commodity. A woman's a commodity.
That's why you need to get in a fight when you're as an adult. Like, it's one of the things.
Well, apparently your bully wants to debate me now too. By the way,
is he bullying me now?
I told you I wouldn't do it.
He wants to fight. He wants to fight you. He wants to debate me.
And like I told OG, he just needs to be prepared because when OG beats him too, he will also be challenged to a fist fight.
It won't stop. That's what I'm saying. No matter who wins, it won't stop.
Do it. I mean, yeah, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. If you think that you can make fun content out of it, you can make fun content out of it. You know, if you think it's not going to be worth it, then I wouldn't feel any obligation to do it for sure.
Right.
He's just looking for like to recover something from the other night.
Self-esteem.
Did OG just say he's considering a mandate?
OG, yeah. Well, I told you. You know what? I've been telling people this about OG for a long time now.
If only it's the mandate of heaven. All right. But that firmly belongs to Xi Jinping.
It's the mandate of man cakes.
Oh Lord! Oh sweet
man cave.
I can't.
OG, did you see the new music video?
I was just about to bring it up. I can't watch it because I won't give YouTube my ID. I've already given them my ID to get paid. They want my ID now to watch videos. Yeah.
All you gotta do is go to Flow/stream.
I played on my stream. I could share screen it right now.
Yeah, do it.
Hell yeah.
Have you seen it, Beth? Like it's sort of a
racy.
What's the word I'm looking for? It violates you.
Violates me.
Well, you might need a shower afterwards.
That reminds me of the song. I want to violate. Whisper.
I remember when I was first made aware of this video, and the person was like, "I don't know, man. There's some clips in there. I don't know if this is okay." And I'm like, "Well, if you guys don't want to play it, I will."
I'm like, brother, man, you got to send that to me. I need to see it. And he sent me the.
There you go. Pay attention.
Why you need to be always looking up to me, but even if you 8'4", rest assured that we all look down because you made gay porn. This motherfucker right here is so queer that gay men jack off the videos he made. He covered his ass in oil on Monte did gay for pay. When you're jacking in a room full of dudes that's stupid and it don't even matter whatever you say. At the end of the day, playing with your butt. Why you nut in the room with dudes is just gay? What's a mandate? Does he think it's dating men? What's the incentive here, Marta? Did AI just fail again? Do you even understand anything you spitting out? You got a degree in stupidity, pipe down big mouth. You ain't no troll. You're a Cabbage Patch doll so small, but you're way too fucking loud. When you're 5'3", I can see why you need to be always looking up to me. But even if you 8'4", rest assured that we all look down because you made gay porn. This motherfucker right here so dumb, ain't no one can make sense of his speech. He is 5th grade brain and he's strange to explain how cool his 5th grade shoes on his feet. This kid section shopper thinks he is a showstopper, while he's nothing but a midget with a mic. It's little man syndrome when he's angry and alone. Bottom shelf shopping boy for life. What's a mandate? Does this motherfucker know? You're just a little spoon dude jacking off in front of bro. When you're 5'3", I can see why you need to be always looking up to me. But even if you 8'4", rest assured that we all look down because you made gay porn.
Wow.
I love that there's 2 or 3 shout outs to me in that. It's beautiful.
The licks is what killed me. And
Oh
the
my
drink, you know, the
Nah.
That almost
his
Mr.
bicep.
Balderson could barely handle it. Now I did not make that. I'm not gonna put out who made it. If they want to reveal themselves, they can. But shoot.
Yeah, let's
I
That
said it in
was-
my chat yesterday, but I'm not calling
did
it
you?
either.
Okay.
Everybody knows. I mean,
he didn't ask me not to say it. I know. Yeah.
I hadn't seen any of the actual footage, and that was
I had
a little much.
It's very telling, right? The trauma that I have suffered for all of you.
Yes. No.
Yeah,
I mean,
you had to watch that, didn't you? Just to get
Numerous
them
times.
clips.
Numerous times.
You poor bastard.
That's what I
Listen,
was
and
trying
I
to
do
warn.
it
Like
for
this
science,
music
but this
video
was not
might
fun
do.
science.
It might cause like psychological distress in people. I know it has for
It
a little
actually
bit
has
for me.
in me. Knowing, because it's weird knowing personally the person from the prawn videos that I watched. That's never happened to me before. It's weird.
Do you feel like you know somebody famous?
No, I feel like I
Oh.
watched Dusty jerk off. It's freaking weird.
Whoa! Whoa!
No, I don't want to. It weirds out the dynamic. I've had a lot of really weird feelings about this situation. Like, am I calling out gay people? Am I a bad gay? Like, it's weird.
Am I a bad gay? I never considered that might be like a
Yeah,
concern.
I've had this weird conundrum in my head this whole time because he had to go and do prom. It's weird.
Hey, Mrs. Balderson, do you know John Brown from over at your channel? In your chat?
no, but yeah, no, I don't know them personally. to
Be
vouch for
careful.
them.
I've noticed there's a solid increase in PB attempts on my channel when I'm
Yeah.
covering Marte stuff.
I'm well
I have
aware.
also had PB attempts in
Mhm.
recent days.
I'm gonna throw up an overlay here, and
I wouldn't risk it because that doesn't cover everything up.
You got to have a better overlay than that. What is
no,
this
right
crap?
now. I need more. What do you want?
I
from
was
me?
positive Spider-Man was going to
Ah,
pull
here we
this
go. We'll
jump
use this
yesterday, but he
one. I
didn't.
think. How about that? Better.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Hi,
Thank you.
John.
Come again.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Already turned my
Yeah.
camera on, but do I need to do it
Yeah.
again?
I saw your camera, and we're just pretty much finding out who you are. There's been a lot of prawn bombs attempts lately, so
Been what attempts lately?
Poor.
Inappropriate exposition of one's body on
I don't
the.
like this.
Oh fuck no!
not trying to
Oh.
see.
How'd you
your,
find the channel?
I found it on the random live stream. Some dude.
Get him out.
sent the link.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him
Trans
out.
rats are human rats.
Yeah,
Pedophile.
exactly.
Kill yourself.
Get him out.
Knew
Get
it.
Yep,
him
yep,
out.
yep, yep.
I'll just buy the fake accent.
Yeah.
Ollie coming up here for the typical barking
It's crazy.
session.
Isn't it a weird coincidence?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
The Margay brings them out.
Jason Reeves, somebody was actually like using his profile trying to get on Might have been Sarah's.
Really?
Uh-huh.
What happened? Say that again.
Jason Reeves. Someone was using his profile picture and his name.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get. I think it might have been on Sarah's. And,
I mean,
I told you to quit doing that.
If
I'm
you're
sorry.
slick with it, I mean, if somebody's slick with it, they can have. They'll loop actual footage of that person, so that if you don't if you don't watch it for a second and see it loop back around, you'll see the person moving around and all that sort of shit. It's not hard to do with OBS.
I wasn't being stupid about it anyways, because when it took me, it was hard to get him to cam up in the back. And then once he did, like the way he was doing it was very strange. Like he got the camera right up so all I could see was this. And
Wasn't
it was
it
like
your panel? Sorry.
And
Wasn't it
I'm
your panel
sorry.
like 6 months ago, OG? Or maybe Dusty when Buddy came up and actually played a voice clip of Joe Cool.
I heard about that.
Yep.
Well, with a name like John Brown is your tag.
Yeah. I heard about somebody doing that one with Joe Cool.
Yeah.
Not
They're very
surprised.
tricksy.
Some people just have nothing better to do with their
Well,
time.
there was a Hispanic guy got on Flo's one night, and at first he was cool, he was conversating. Then all of a sudden he flipped on the video.
Yeah, he went the long haul with that one.
Yes, he did.
He was there for like an hour and a half or some shit forever.
And then all of a sudden, boom.
He's like, and I bid you and do. And he shit
Now
all
the
over.
chat's saying that we're obsessed when we haven't talked about anybody that had to do with that for hours.
What are we obsessed with, Warrior
You
Inc?
know.
Oh,
Tell me, Warrior
not
Inc.
Christy, is that you and Ben's channel that chat's coming out of?
Is that coming from you?
I think that's
No, that's coming from Beth.
That's coming from you, Beth. They're over there on your
Yeah, from the vertical.
Vertical.
Yeah. See on the back chat.
The
that
vertical is an absolute shit show. You get a lot of views and new people from it, but you also get all the worst.
it's got the
verticals,
link thing to it. So
good and bad.
okie dokie.
I'm glad to see Duck still
Warrior
loves me.
Inc.
I've been seeing the link button next to it, so I thought it was coming from a different channel.
That's the vertical when it looks like the little page.
Yeah.
That's to show that it's a vertical in StreamYard. Yep.
It's the phone screen, yeah.
Gotcha.
Now he's trying to say he's a minor.
Yeah, no, it says this comments on a guest destination, not mine.
Yeah, it might be out of my vertical. I don't know. Oh, my vertical is also a shit show. It's
Interesting the length people will go to.
Oh, I mean, I get it.
I'm trying to bring in new people.
Yeah, no, that's good. You gotta sift through them.
You and your riffraff. No, I'm picking.
Yeah,
But we
no,
do deserve better trolls. Like I'm endlessly sort of underwhelmed by the quality. All right, John Barnes. How old were you when you lost your virginity? Then I'll go. And what was his name?
Really?
John Barnes, do please tell this great patriarch up here.
We are
Damn.
smoking cigarettes and playing troll bingo. I don't know what you mean.
We need a card for this, really.
I think they're beating up the old guy.
Well, we already do that all the time.
Yep.
All right. I gotta get on. I got an errand to run still tonight before it gets too late. Fuck,
Thank
it's
you
already
for
late.
coming, Dusty.
Yep. I'm just glad that you came first. Good talking to y'all.
Just like a
Katie's
gentleman.
Yeah. Katie's been on fire in the chat.
Katie, why don't you come up, hang out?
She's probably gonna go with Dusty.
Oh, he does not need her to hold his hand.
He's the man. She'll do what he tells him.
Fair.
Base.
I'm just funning.
He's like, I'll drive you there, but you're getting out.
Hey, look, bro, you don't know how often I have made that deal.
I've made that. I did as I was told.
Based.
Yeah.
Although now that Dusty's gone, we can actually bring some of the freaking scriptural shit into this.
There's nothing
And
better than sitting in the car while someone else goes and deals with
You realize how much he knows about the scripture, don't you, Beth?
yeah, I know, but Dusty doesn't like talking about it. Like he said, it's more energy than he wants to even fucking deal with. It's just a headache for him.
That's because he wants to fight it instead of giving into it.
That's
Is
the
what I
creepiest thing
think.
you've ever said, and I've been hanging around with you for a year.
At least I give it. At least I don't know. Nothing.
You give it?
Nah, I was gonna say I stopped myself mid sentence. Etch a sketch, erase. That never happened.
There you go.
But nah, OG, good looking pulling up those scripts the other day. Like I'm proud. I was.
Yes, unfortunately, I do have to give you accolades, OG. That was beautiful.
I know you love me too.
disseminated that, man. See, I'm not. I know a lot about it. A lot.
Disseminated that, man.
And
Jesus
when I watched
Christ.
you do that to him, it destroyed everything that he is. He has no validity in my. There's never a time I'm going to be able to respect him again, because you were being completely respectful and trying to reason with him. And you tried, and that was just, and like Beth said, that was just a very small amount of information that you just gave him a little, and he's like, demonstrate it. Like he doesn't even listen to what people are saying to him when we're trying to tell him, like, please.
Well, he's already got the response generated that he wants to put out.
No.
How can he not understand that by acting the way he acted with Dusty, we all see that you are purposely trying to antagonize Dusty so that he'll say something that then you can use as a clip to completely discredit everything about Dusty, yet we're not supposed to sit here and watch your actions like a petulant child trying to get his older brother to punch him so he can go and cry to Mummy. That's what we're watching. And you exposed that so eloquently, I gained respect for you. And that's all I can say.
As soon as he dropped,
Marte should have known better. Just from being friends with Grid One, okay? Like I debated Confluence once upon a time about patriarchy, okay? And Grid even brought it up because I fucking had a whatever ditzy ass moment where, yeah, I conflated men and patriarchy. And they're two totally fucking separate things. Just because you're a man, Marte, does not mean that you're a fucking patriarch. There are a list of shit that of qualifiers that you need to meet, sir, and you don't.
That's another thing people don't talk about are the qualifiers to be a man. That's why I brought up biblically Dusty is a man.
He fell on Grid to back him up, and Grid was like, yeah, I can't do that.
Well, Grid outright pointed out too that in my chat that just because there's a woman and the woman's supposed to be submissive doesn't mean she's supposed to be submissive to you. She's only supposed to be submissive to her husband.
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Because yeah,
straight up, it's weird when Sorry.
Yeah.
That'd be like me saying that Mrs. Balderson should submit to me just because I'm a dude. That's fucking weird, and I deserve to be punched in the face.
Right.
Well,
and honestly, if you and I were alone together in some public place, who you are as a man would determine whether or not I'm going to listen to you.
I'm going to treat you the same as I would treat my mother.
But even then, you're not. So again, like it's one thing to listen to a man and to take advice from a man. It's a whole nother thing to submit to that man. I am not.
Well, that is why
my husband.
That is why I reserve the right, if we ain't married, to pick you up and put you back on the street where I found you.
Or should I say I would treat you the same as I would expect someone to treat my mother?
Well, that's a slave mentality. They want you to obey no matter who you are.
Because they're weak men. They're weak men who don't want a partner. They want a servant.
I mean, look what he did. He rage quit your show and immediately went and tell Grid, "Oh, he kicked me off," when that wasn't the truth
That
at
was
all.
weird too. I forget. Fuck, I love you, Chuck. You pick up all the fucking shit. I even didn't play that part on my show. That was what, just what did I just say? Words right from my mouth. Running to daddy to fucking cry and lie as well. Disgusting.
Simping for daddy.
I mean, Grid would be the aforementioned daddy in this situation. So, like, Grid is cool. I like Grid. I don't think it'd be simping for Grid. Grid is a very upstanding person and stands on what he says.
I like Grid.
And like the people that I fuck with them hard because they're good people. And I like Grid. Grid sent me some birthday money. He's like, "Don't be homeless. Here's $100." I'm like, thank you, Grid.
That's badass. He's a good
Grid
man.
Is awesome.
Mhm.
Grid is awesome. Yeah, Grid is a good man.
That wasn't the daddy I was talking about, but yeah.
Well, everybody calls him Dad One.
Yeah, it's Dad One.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you to
no one
Kinetic
calls-
Health
I
for
don't
that
call him
one. But yeah, and it's like to see that idea though, that it's like just because you're a single woman, even you're supposed to submit and follow the instruction of self-proclaimed patriarchs. Even if they are a patriarch, they're actually doing a disservice to their own household by trying to force other women into submission.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely fucking like not okay scripturally.
Well, the thing is, they're okay to make affirmations and do all this because religion.
Yeah, and the thing is, they, especially within that one, they throw rocks and they run because not allowed to talk about it.
It's not the religion. Orthodoxy is pretty based. People who claim the religion and then remember what I told Dusty. Like on the flip side of Christians being the most married and the most divorced in this country, the vast majority of people who proclaim to be Christian aren't actually practicing Christians. They're just Christian culturally. So it's kind of a moot point.
And like I agree that of all of them, I think Orthodoxy has the most legitimacy. Okay. However, again, yeah, it does come down to how they practice, how they represent it. Unfortunately, I mean, like, yeah, I probably have not had the best.
Unless you're talking to a member of the clergy or somebody who has it right there and can show you and discern it. Because that's why I'm not Orthodox. I don't believe that you have to be a member of the clergy to be a learned man. Right? But like as long as you know it and you have it right there and it can be seen that you're not trying to deceive somebody and you're having a conversation about it or a debate about it, it should be okay.
Likewise,
because I'm not trying to convert you to one sect or the other. I'm just telling you to follow Christ. And I'm trying to tell you to act godly, which is a command from our Christ if you're a Christian. But on what authority?
I also like
demonstrate it.
I grew up very much like you, right? And like I also though, like even for being a Protestant, I don't believe that women should be clergy. I think that there are jobs within the church, positions that women are meant to hold, and that does not include leading, being the spiritual leadership of the
First Timothy
congregation.
2,
However,
2:12,
yeah, but is that Paul's advice or God's?
Well, and how is a woman supposed to tell the men to be the leader if she's not been in that position? She's leading the patriarchs.
Well, I'm glad I'm. Go ahead.
Real quick too, like, all right, if women are not to talk about scripture and are not to talk about the faith,
says
and
not teach.
Not teach, exactly, and I am all for that. However, Jesus clearly sends the Samaritan woman to go and tell them that the Messiah has come. Mary, and Martha are the ones at the tomb when they're the first ones to find it open and are told, "Go tell the apostles that he's been."
Well, hell, the three wise men that brought gifts were fucking Zoroastrians. So what does that tell you about the Bible? Nobody really thinks about that. The wise men were magi.
Yeah.
Which are the priests of Zoroastrianism. Think about that for a minute. And Zoroastrianism actually was the first religion in recorded history to have a prophecy of a Messiah figure.
Well, there's also something, I think I saw Wes Huff talking about it, where there is some suggestion that the story with the three wise men is possibly not quite accurate or as we know it to have been. I'll have to look into that more. I had heard somebody talking about it. It was a scholar on this.
Well, there are Zoroastrian influences throughout both Judaism and Christianity.
Oh yeah.
And you'll see that, and I bring that up to say this: the culture of the Zoroastrians, from my understanding, was a light patriarchy, right? Like it was. I don't know. I'm too high to finish that thought. I'm gonna stop before I get something wrong.
I'll look into it. To the best of my knowledge, and again, I'd have to look into it more. I don't want to totally stand on this, but I think this is where a lot of the Gnostic veins start coming through. And depending on how far you go with the Gnostics, right? Like the Goodfellows, or what were the other name for them?
Well, it was more, their culture was more like men were in charge, but there was like, it was more about finding a companion than it was like being one being dominant over the other. It was about finding people who help and complete and building and being industrious, having families, being good leaders for those families. I can't really remember. It's been like, I just started reading on it, so, and I have to read more. But it's an interesting topic if you're interested.
I'll see if I can find you some links for it, for the stuff that I saw, and hit you up in Discord with them, because there's some good ones.
Beth, have you watched the Fallout TV show?
I fucking love it. I'm working my way through season 2. I watched a few episodes, and then I'll wait a few weeks to let them build up because.
Well, have you gotten caught up yet?
No.
There's one scene that I want to talk about that's so fucking funny.
I'm up to episode 5 of season 2.
Episode 5. Yeah, you need to watch the last 2. I think they're only going to make 8. You got to watch the last 2, and then the season finale, I believe, is this Wednesday.
Oh, I love it. Like when I saw it the first time, I was kind of like, because a lot of those shows can turn out to be kind of shitty. I was so happy with how they did it. Like season 1 had me I was like, yes, all the little Easter eggs freaking drive me nuts. I love it.
Did you play Fallout?
Oh God, yes. I'm a huge Fallout fan.
Based.
Fuck
Fallout
yeah.
is awesome. Before the fire, I used to have like, I hate Funko Pops, but I bought one in my life, and it's the Vault Boy doing the thumbs up, and I'm like, I hate myself because Funko Pops are gay, but I love Fallout so much.
Oh man, that was the only reason why I bought an Xbox One, was because of Fallout 4, and like I saved up. I waited till it had all the expansion packages, got all of it in one shot, and freaking yeah, I fucking love Fallout.
Did you know that in your settlements you can have a gorilla?
I haven't seen the gorilla, but I have a trained Deathclaw at Sanctuary.
Based. So what you got to do to get the gorilla is you have to issue the all clear if you have to go against the Institute, and you have to issue an all clear, or else you can't get the gorilla.
Okay.
But nah, bro, it is better than a death claw.
All right. I will
I
look
don't know
into
how. I don't know how, but it's better than death claw. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to obfuscate. But there's one part I want to talk about so bad, and I can't find anybody but Sasquatch.
I will catch up and we will talk about it like tomorrow evening, okay?
Base.
Because yeah, that's what I was doing last night. I was doing my chores, was also like doing my chores I was sitting here folding laundry, like watching Fallout and trying to clean and then being like, wait a second, I gotta rewind that. Wait a second, I gotta rewind it again. They've done an awesome job with this show. I love it.
Balderson bricked up is depends on what type of person you are. It can be a flattering compliment or a negative compliment.
Well, I'm either
I
flattered
get
or
it.
insulted. I'm not sure which.
I get it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
I
you for that.
think it's 10 o'clock. I think I'm actually gonna bring this stream on down to an end. You want it or well, I can't even rate anybody, otherwise I'd be asking if you want it 10th or
Bye.
We'll get you there. Did you get any subs? Yeah, you got some subs today.
Thank you.
Like
Thank
17,
you.
I think, didn't you? 148 you were at, or
yeah, something like that. Yeah, everybody, I appreciate y'all coming out. Please like and subscribe. You're helping me out a lot. Pretty soon you won't have to go to my Cash App link to cure my grifto cancer and you know, all of that other tragic shit that I gotta deal with every day, you know. Going to the school of Dusty to learn about this. Oh my god. Anyways, thank you guys for coming out. Thanks to all of my panelists. You guys have been awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having me.
I want to start doing this on Sundays. Pick some fun, crazy topics to go over and duke it out on. So yeah, thank you guys for coming. Much love. 10th might be going live, so head on over there.